Okay. And wait for the next slide here. Everything was working earlier today. But anyway, thanks again for everybody. I mean, I really, I think one of the best parts about the ET Forum is all just having time to get together and talk and collaborate. And certainly there's a lot of that built in throughout the forum as we go. Okay, so before we begin, number one, definitely want to thank our sponsors, DC Jaeger, Southern Educational Systems, TTL, Technical Training Aids, Bluegrass, and EMAC. So they're all in the back. So thank you very much for coming. Not only is it a great way to find out all the educational resources that are out there, but certainly, the minimal that they pay to be there also pays for your food. So it's good to see them. Thank you. It's good to see them, and it's certainly it's good to have them here with us. Okay, so my name is Ernie Friend. I'm the executive director of FLATE. I think certainly a lot of you know Dr. Marilyn Barger, who is still with us, believe it or not. We thought she's going to hang with us, I think, till December now. So we're glad to have her, and she'll always be in our hearts and certainly be around. But so I took over for her a couple years ago, and I'm so happy to be a part of the FLATE team. So in addition to myself, Dr. Barger, we have Daniele and Teresa in the back. And temporarily, we have Cheryl with us back for a little while too, to December at this point. Oops. And it's my distinct honor. I just want to say, we move around the state. We're here at Northwest Florida State College, and what a beautiful campus. And Shara has done such a great job, and the entire team here. There's Shara back there. She has done such a great job of setting this up. When you do something like this, if it looks easy, it looks like it didn't take any work, but these things take a lot of work and a lot of effort. And we usually plan these about 6 months in advance. So thanks again, Northwest Florida State College. But next I would like to introduce President Ponder, who's the president of Northwest State College, to give us a quick introduction.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's a great honor to have you here. Ernie, thank you so much. I was sharing with him outside. I didn't catch his last name when he got introduced, but Ernie Friend, what a great last name, your friend. But my best friend growing up when I was a young man in Ocala was Ernie. And so I'm like, well, now we got a new Ernie and a friend, so I appreciate that. Got to say hello to Sam real quickly. College of Central Florida, there may be other colleges represented. Great teammates, and I'm honored to be part of the process. I think Mr. Blevins is here as well from the Department of Education. And so it's a great cultural, great family that we see happening throughout the state, and I'm grateful to be part of one of the teammates out there. But I was born and raised in Ocala, third generation Floridian, and so my dad was born there. My grandmom, who died at 112, is buried there in Ocala, and so running a great operation there. I have just a few prepared comments. Obviously, Cher's been introduced. Thank you, Cher, for your leadership here to the college. You're a great blessing. To me personally, but also to our community and what you're doing here. Thank you for leading from the front. We're honored to have you here, of course. And so I'll read some of these prepared comments, and I have a couple things that I'm just going to kind of just say that I think are just important that I want to kind of get out there. Welcome. We're honored to host educators from across Florida as we appreciate your commitment to advancing engineering and technology education. Here at Northwest Florida State College, like many of you, we want to be a leader in preparing students for high-demand, high-skill technical careers. Strong partnerships with industry leaders, vendors, and other institutions are key to ensuring our students are prepared to enter the workforce with hands-on experience utilizing the technology they'll encounter on the job. We want to give them everything they need to be successful in the engineering technology field. We want them to make a difference in the marketplace and the industries they choose to go to. Our vision is to transform lives through exemplary relevant programs and educational experiences meeting the workforce demands of our ever-changing economy. The insights, innovation, and connections fostered here today and tomorrow will be a vital part of the transformation of each of our students. We want to strengthen the pipeline of skilled graduates who are ready to meet the workforce demands of Florida's growing industries. And I know it's diverse throughout the state, as each of the communities we're called to. We want to make sure Florida remains competitive in advanced manufacturing, automation, and other technology-driven sectors. And all of you are helping shape curriculum, training, and partnerships with the goal of student success and workforce readiness. So I'm excited about the collaboration and knowledge you'll share throughout the summit. Also want to thank Sheriff Gill, our Director of Advanced Technology and Applied Sciences, and her team. Several here are represented, and to help putting the summit together. But what I just want to kind of say is thank you for what you do. I think it's really, really important in today's society and culture. There's so many things pulling on us. We have national events that took place yesterday, makes you pause and think from time to time. But for me, one of the challenges I have, as well as the opportunities each one of you play every single day, is recognizing that the students you're called to, each of them have a purpose. Each of them have something they're called to do. And the great honor each of you have every day is seeing the gold inside that person, equipping, empowering them, and educating them to go run the race they're called to run. You will only have them for a moment of time, maybe a season of time, maybe a few months of time. But when they leave your presence, how awesome that is to know you played a vital role in pointing them and empowering them to go and transform a community. I love that our board here, I'm sure like your board in Ocala, they put our first 3 words of our vision statement to transform lives. And for me personally, I think that's such a vital honor and an awesome responsibility that we have every day, is to recognize that in other people and say, we're here for you, we're cheering for you, and we're going to equip you to go run that race. But we can't do it without each other. It takes a collective body. Each of you play our roles through our partnerships, through our pathways, through the connectivity, whether it's us, College of Central Florida, or other colleges that may be a pathway to university or where they may go beyond that. We're all in this thing to equip and empower the next generation of people. And what you're doing with technology is incredibly and vitally important. And so from our perspective, we never want to miss the day that someone comes to our campus. Ernie, thank you for your kind comments. I know everywhere you go, it's going to be just as beautiful, I'm sure. But we take it, I take it very personal that when you come through the doorpost or gates of our college, of our community and our region, we hope the experience you gain here, the relationships you build here, and the equipping you experience here cause you to go back and bring transformation to the communities you're called to. Because you're a steward of that community. You're watching on the wall, empowered to see what's in your community, what's happening in your community, and really cause it just to explode. So from my perspective, we're honored you're here. Thank you for what you do every single day. Sure, thanks again and Ernie, thank you for giving me a few minutes of time, but please enjoy yourself. You know where the restrooms are, I hope by now. If not, they're down the hall. I'll see a lot of great treats. I may grab a brownie on the way out or something. But we're honored you're here. Bless you guys. Have a great summer. Thank you. What microphone?
Battery. Oh, battery. Yeah, battery. Got one right here.
Family of all the people
Yeah.
attending virtually, we could just hire a master sergeant and a deep set of loans to go ahead and do it for us, right? An old retired guy. Yeah, one of those lands.
Pretty good echo chamber there.
I was involved in the design.
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and talk loudly. Say I yell at them, but I try not to. But,
People online.
what we're gonna do is, my agenda over there, didn't I? Or that. Yes. Do that one. We're gonna do a little bit of introductions and, tell us who you are and what college. Just keep this going. We only have a few minutes to do this. So just who you are, what your title is, and which college you're from.
Nabil Youssef, Daytona State College, Chair of School of Engineering Technology.
I'm Glenn Beach with Pensacola State College. I'm the program coordinator for electronics, engineering technology, as well as advanced manufacturing technology.
I'm Dean Bartles. I'm the industry chair for the industry advisory board at St. Pete College and statewide industry advisory.
I'm Tyler Fothergill. I'm a CNC machinist, professor at the engineering technology department here at Northwest Florida State.
Daniel Garrett, assistant professor, engineering technology here at Northwest.
Joe Oddie, program coordinator at Gulf Coast State.
Danny Abraham, assistant professor, political program. And Dr. Harry Curran, instructor, Lake Central State College,
Jim Reynolds, Florida State University, Inspire Project, working on the workforce development.
program.
Chris Lee, Associate Dean of Engineering and Industry, Florida State College of Jacksonville.
Michael Knowlton, I am the coordinator of STEAM for Santa Rosa County District School. This way.
People online can't hear.
I'm Laura Sharp. I am the Dean of Engineering Technology and Advanced Manufacturing at Valencia.
I'm Liliana Villavicencio, professor at HEC, Hillsborough Community College in Engineering Technology.
I am Shirley Dobbins, Department Chair of Engineering Technology at Hillsborough Community College.
Sound right. Like it's part of the chair excellente.
Fight back. Hi, guys. I am the Shirley Dobbins, okay? I was trying to be nice about it. Hillsborough Community College, and I'm gonna have to say, we have a welcome, awesome presence with her, Dr. Villalobos Susian, taking Ron Smith's replacement, who retired. He's sitting right here. We have the same seat for him.
I'm Tracy Barnes, Department Chair and Professor of Electronics Engineering Technology and Computer Engineering Technology.
Fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Can't escape.
Garrett Lee, I am from South Florida State College, and I basically am the one who's teaching pretty much all the engineering technology classes there.
Sam Ajalani, I'm the MC for you guys on this, and I'm the program manager at College of Central Florida for Engineering Technology, and pretty much all engineering they come to me for.
Josette Tway, Polk County Schools. I'm the Assistant Director for Industrial Manufacturing and Engineering.
I'm Daniele Orozco Cole, City Project Manager for Play. Thank you, Sam.
Bob Levens, I'm the Assistant Director for Current Technical Education, State of Florida.
Mark Terrone from Santa Fe College. We just started our engineering technology program this semester, and we've got 2 classes with 11 students.
I'm Sam Aldridge, Engineering Technology Program Manager, State College of Florida.
Jason Burdick, Tennessee State College, Engineering Technology and Construction Management.
I'm Daryl Carr, one of the lead faculty at St. Pete College. Patrick Lamb, faculty at Florida State College at Jacksonville.
Tim Gilboy, faculty at SJR State, St. John's River State.
I'm Rod Jager with the DC Jager Corporation, for the Florida representative for Ramatrol.
Mark Audio, Regional Manager, DC Jager Corporation.
Keith Edwards, Technical Training Aids Representative for Intelitech.
Travis Coon, Technical Training Aids, have our headquarters in Birmingham, Alabama.
Mike Leary, Dassault Systems, SolidWorks. I'm the sales director for North America.
Chris Shear with Technical Training Aids. Sam and I have a past history together in Georgia, so we've known each other quite a while. But his previous life, I help represent Georgia and the Panhandle of Florida. I think there's more of a story between that we might want to hear about later. I don't know. Oh, okay, all right.
What happened?
I'm Harold Rutledge. I'm with Learning Labs, Regional Manager for Jacksonville, all the way down to Key West.
Carl Latini, Learning Labs as well. I do the Panhandle of Florida and the state of Alabama.
I am Adam Lee, Strategic Partnership Manager for EMAC.
Carter Severinson, Program Manager for EMAC.
Steve Scone, Director of Education for Connected Engineering and Bluegrass Education.
Anthony Hatley, District Manager for Vesto Didactic.
Blake Spencer of Southern Educational Systems. I'm the representative for SMC in the state of Florida.
Teresa Potter, Community Engagement Manager with Flate.
Mike Aller, Vice President of Strategic Programs for Florida Makes.
Michael Lemai, I'm a Senior Project Manager for Target's Global Supply Chain and Logistics in their Engineering and Activation Department.
Wow, a lot of people, a lot of different areas, right? Yeah, just a second, let me get up front. Did we miss somebody? You are here?
Hi, everybody, I'm Ron England.
Doesn't work. Sorry. Ron couldn't be here, so I'm gonna try to pretend to be him. Michael Daniels, Associate Vice President, Daytona State College.
That's
Hi, I'm
fun.
Rosie Perez. I work for the Florida Semiconductor Institute.
We got a few online too. Okay, for those of you online, we're gonna start with Mohammed.
Yeah, my name is Mohammed Dabbas. I'm from Broward College. I'm the faculty and program manager for engineering technology program.
Maury?
Maury Tusi, Engineering Technology Program Director at Polk State College.
John?
Good morning. I'm John Williams, Director at Okaloosa Technical College. No, I should be there since I'm right around the corner, but I'm feeling under the weather. So thanks for letting me join online.
Welcome. Got a lot of folks here today. This is one of the largest ones I think we've had, right, Arnie? Yeah. This has been pretty good. We didn't expect the crowd. This is great. This is what we're looking for. Okay, we finished the roundtable, so we want to talk a little bit today about mentorship. Ernie, I've been talking about this for years. Ernie took over a couple of years ago from Maryland, and not that Maryland and I couldn't do it, we just were so busy with grants and things rolling, some of that started to wind down, and then Ernie took over, and I had mentioned that we have a lot of new instructors come on board, a lot of them, and we have a lot of turnover, simply because people get pulled back out into industry, or we just can't find anybody, and we're struggling to keep things going. One of the things and I identified years ago was that they don't have the resources. When you hire somebody in, it's hard because you don't have the resources, you don't know what to do or where to go. Okay, and I thought do something there for a second, but so what we ended up doing was we thought, if we could get together periodically, and we didn't know what that was going to be, and kind of work with those new folks that come in and try to give them the resources they need that they may not be able to get from your administration. And I'm not saying they don't understand what to do for an instructor, but they don't understand engineering. And that's the problem. The technical programs are beyond them. And what we've done is we started having monthly meetings, and it's been going on for about,
I think 3 so far, yeah.
yeah, it hasn't been that long. We just started this year. And what we're doing is we're trying to bring in the new professors in and give them resources, help, talk to you, get you through the initial period of getting your program up and running or taking over a program and making changes to make it your program, so to speak. And that takes a little time. And a lot of people will get frustrated and just leave, and that's not what we want. We want you to be in here, stick with us, and work through this, because it is super rewarding when you have a good program and it's going. I mean, some of us that have been here a long time, how many of you have been here over 10 years? About 20 years. Okay. About 25 years. Yeah, so what's going on is these older ones had worked in under other instructors that helped them. Sally and I work together. She's my instructor. I think she's been working with me for over 5 years now, right? And eventually here in the next couple of years, she's gonna be program manager. I'm gonna go down to just be in her job. I need a break, man. But what we're talking about is to develop her and help her be the next person that takes the program to the next level, which she's already doing. I've given her stuff and she's run with it and made great adjustments. She always comes to me and says, Sam, we should be doing this, we should be doing this. And I go, you're right, maybe we should change this. And she's making smart decisions, right decisions, but she watched what I did, and I've mentored her over the last 5 or 6 years to do that. That's kind of what we want to do. So I think today, and how many are new instructors? This is your first ET forum? Yeah, or second, maybe. Okay. All right, we want to try to get you guys in on some tables. So each one of the tables that are there, we kind of want to talk to you. If you have 2 of you at a table, split off to a table that doesn't have somebody. And then what we want to do is just have some conversations about what is your biggest issue right now. We're not talking with your college. We're talking about just getting your feet on the ground and running. What help do you need? We need to come up with some ideas, because guess what? This is your monthly meeting right now. You're in it. So the ET Forum will constitute as a monthly meeting, and we want to spend a little time talking about some of the things you need, mentoring specifically, okay, from us other instructors. If there's stuff you need, like I need help with syllabi, or I need help developing the right curriculum, I need help with understanding the standards. I mean, we have the man here, Bob Levins, who can help you, point you in the right direction for different things, and we can show you as well, because we know where a lot of that stuff is. Believe me, when I first walked in 12 years ago to this system, I spent 12 years in the other system off and on, so I mean, it was completely different. I had no idea what was going on.
On the same line of what you're talking, Sam.
Hang on.
I said, what he's talking about right now, this would be a great place to put this stuff in CPALMs. Because CPALMs has a place where you can put all kinds of lesson plans, you can put the syllabus, and it's accessible to anybody who can log on from their college. So this would be a great place to put those resources.
What is that?
I was about to say.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You don't know what these are yet. That's what we're gonna put together, and that's why he's such a valuable resource, because he knows we can get out there and do that. A lot of you don't know, where is Ron Edlund over here now? But when Ron was here, he would tell you, he has a website out with all the courses listed. He manages all the courses for the state of Florida.
You made a video we're gonna show.
Yeah, and so you're gonna see that a little later. But not only that, but he captured a lot of our syllabi, put it together. I think if we move that into CPALMs, as Bob is saying, you have a single resource to get everything you need. And that's what we need to know. That's kind of why I want to break into groups here right quick and try to get you guys understand that we're here to help. Not here to just, hey, you're on your own, good luck. That's not the way it was. I felt that way, but my mentor was Marilyn. She guided me, and Richard, I talked to Richard a lot, Richard Gilbert, and they were professors at USF, and they were showing me all kinds of stuff I didn't even know existed. Because back then, we didn't have the tight-knit community we have now, and it's gotten better over the last 10 years, believe me. It's gotten really tight. So we are here for you. We're here to help support you. And I know you've been down to our plant, our facility a lot over there. So Mark's come down quite a bit, and you're always welcome to contact me, and we'll schedule a visit if you want to come in and talk. And most of us would do that.
Hey, Sam, real quick. Yeah, let me just quickly add to what Sam was saying. So we're gonna have, or we currently do have a monthly, we call it a mentorship meeting. So just to kind of frame that, so we're gonna discuss, get in groups and discuss what would be important to have at those meetings. But it's not just for the brand new faculty, right? So in order to have a mentorship, you need some experienced people on the call as well, right? So we're gonna invite you all to the monthly meetings. And so hopefully, definitely some of the experienced people can make it, but definitely the new folks, that's really what it's for, is helping guide the new folks. But the reality is, every time we have these meetings, even if you have experience, there's things that come up, even the people that have been doing this for a while didn't know. So it's not just for new people, it's for everybody. And we'll set out the date for that as soon as, maybe next week, we'll set out the date for the October meeting. Yeah, so we're gonna plan on doing this monthly. As he said, this is your monthly meeting this month. So that's kind of what we're doing here. So now, again, let me see the hands of the new folks here. Okay, so you got 3 of you there. One of you need to move to one table back. And then one of you needs to move over here. And how many of you there? I think there was 2 of you guys here.
1, 2, 3, I think this is.
Yeah, so one of you need to move back. There's 3 of them? Who else was new? Okay, never mind. You come up front. Come up front.
You in Florida.
Come up front.
Alright. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't realize there was one in the back. Okay. I think we're all broken even where everybody's got a table to work on. Some of the things I want to do is just to talk to the group here and tell us what are some of the things, roadblocks you're running into on curriculum development, getting your core program up and running from scratch, like Mark's trying to do. Some of you are taking over programs that you don't even know where they're at, and you're trying to develop it. So those are the things. So you're gonna sit, you've got Shirley, which is great. I've got Sally, which is great. But if you need help, now's the time to talk. So you got about
Let's see, let me check the agenda. Want some time to get some reflection back, so you got about 15 minutes, so go ahead and talk for about 15 minutes with the folks at your table about some of the things you're running into and what you need to do.
So,
All right, we're gonna wrap it up. What we need is to write down some notes on some stuff that you guys talked about. I'll give you a minute or two just to write down some of the key things that you guys discussed. And then what we're gonna do is we wanna kind of collect those up as notes. So take a minute or two and just write down some of the key things that you guys discussed that were important. Go back to your table, if you, unless you like it where you're at, you can stay. And then, just take some key things. I know that a lot of you are looking at developing programs and trying to figure out where you're at, what you're gonna teach.
what I'm doing is grabbing.
One of the things I want to talk a little bit about, I've had 3 or 4 conversations in the last few minutes with several folks about teaching courses. I haven't put this course together and I need to get it taught. What do I do? Remember, you have a whole slew of other instructors and schools here who can back you up. If I have an online course in that, they can take it at my college as a transient and then put it back to you because you don't have it set up yet. As long as you have 25% of the coursework done at your college and they're registered at your college and in your program, you can graduate them at your college, but we prefer more, but I mean, you gotta be able to develop it. So I have people from all over the state come and taking some of our classes. Sally's quality certificate is completely online. And we have people from other locations come in and take 1 or 2 of the classes, transfer them back to their college. They get the certificate and everything from over there. There's nothing wrong with that. We're here to help. That's kind of what we're doing. We're a community. So let's work on that. And if you need help with that, we can do that. We have a way. Now, if it's a in-class on lab, they have to come to the campus. So if you're in Tallahassee, you can't do one that do class in Key West. That's gonna be tough, you know? But, you know. That's right. So, that's it.
NBC poll that came out just a couple days ago.
Is, can we mute up there? Can somebody
Listen, we got a
mute
lot of
up
work
there?
to do
'Cause
with
we
the
hear
women.
you talking.
It's like great work with young men.
Very. Thank you. So, that's kind of what we do. So there's some things we can work with you on. We'd like to get, you know, as many classes you teach.
With students, also mentioned STEAM councils and advisory boards with the school district. What else do we have? Setting up project-based learning, partnerships. There's a Florida after-school network and the folks from Florida Inspire here mentioned that the school in North Carolina, they offer a 3-hour class for their engineering students to learn pedagogy so that they learn some of the basics of working with K-12 students so that they can be more effective in after-school programs. And that way, we're building that pipeline in a quality way as opposed to just saying, hey, go out there and work with these little kids, which we all know can be very challenging. And then along the same lines, working with the education programs within our own schools to train their teachers with more of a focus in STEM so that we can develop more STEM educators and have more partners out there in the community that is developing students to come take our programs. So that's what we talked about.
When he publishes the book he wrote, I'll send it in. Wrote a lot of notes. That's good. That's good. That's what we wanted.
Hi, I'm the CNC professor here at Northwest Florida State. I kind of inherited this program previously. I was a production engineer for a DoD contractor, and really all my experience has been aerospace charged. So I'm really comfortable teaching aerospace principles and qualities, but where I lack is outside of that industry. And so that's something that we've kind of discussed over here is what resources and what references that I can use in order to branch out my curriculum to where it's not just aerospace, as fun as that is. For instance, like oil and gas, FDA for food and what have you, or medical of that nature, right? So we got some lists here. Am I saying this right? It's the FLAD framework. Excuse me, the FLDOE framework, as well as a NAST standards that I can reference, which is a national standard. And then also just kind of branching out and seeing what's around here in the area. Unfortunately, I'm new to the area, so I'm still trying to learn what all is around me. And it's weird because in Oklahoma, it was all aerospace or oil and gas. Now I'm kind of learning a new beast here in Florida, so.
A little bit of everything, right? That's great.
So I'm also relatively new here in Northwest Florida. I've been here about a year now. I also just sort of inherited, the situation, and so I wanted to work in the electronics specialization. We have 3 specializations here. The kind of weird part for us, I think, we have really large groups. We have the collegiate high school here on campus, so they wake up in the morning, they go to their high school, they walk from their high school to their college, and all of a sudden they're a college student, in the 9th grade or 10th grade, And so that's been kind of interesting, having groups of 30 high schoolers. That's, most of my students are high schoolers. So that's been kind of interesting. Following the Florida frameworks and everything, we have the electronic specialization, so we are also working on setting up semiconductor classes and things, right? And how do you teach semiconductors to a high school student? It's quite interesting. So a lot of them, whenever they get into my electricity 1, electricity 2 classes, they haven't even had algebra. They haven't had high school algebra, much less college algebra, right? By the time I'm talking to them about matrices and who knows what all with solving electrical circuits and whatnot. And then to take that up to semiconductors and things in their senior year is pretty daunting for me as well as them. Let's see, community involvement, Tyler kind of touched on that. I'm newer here and I have not gotten out and branched out and to see, but we had some good conversation about, look at where your students may want to transfer and just borrow curriculum from them if you don't have any other resources, right? Like say, hey, what do my students need to meet your goals? So make sure that they could potentially get the right things at your thing. We do CPT here. Anybody else do CPT?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, we do CPT here, so I think that's really daunting for a lot of the high school students to have so much of the Amitral slideshows, just one right after the other classes and take those big tests and things. But they're all passing them and everything, so they're doing pretty good there. But my personal concern is like, are we automating ourselves out of a job? Are we teaching the students, or are we letting a platform teach the students? Those kind of things. So I'm always leery about those. Let's see. I think that pretty much wraps up what we talked about.
I used to be scared about that, but I realized that it's gonna be mostly technicians working in those facilities, because they gotta continue working on those pieces of equipment. So if you're going in a program like yours, they got a job basically forever. You're not gonna be out of work for sure. All right. So we talked a lot about what new students need to do. Maury, do you have anything you wanna add to it?
Really, I believe what you're doing is extremely important, because we usually train our own new faculty right away. Otherwise, they would not be able to function correctly in the classroom, and that wouldn't be fair to our students and to industry as well. But providing this assistance extremely important for new faculty and the new programs as well. I admire what you're doing.
Mohammed, do you have anything you wanna add to the new instructors? All right, well, we got a couple of new people that came in since we got started. Melanie, do you want to introduce yourself? Because we've all introduced.
Sam, there is one thing that I'd like to add.
Yep.
At least, am I on?
No, go ahead.
Okay, at least at our school, the way that our students are coming to the lab when it comes to the lab, students can make an appointment with faculty, any faculty, and do their lab assignments. And they can make an appointment with the qualified lab technician to do their assignment. So our faculty need to know almost everything, regardless of their concentration and area of expertise and teaching. Our electronic faculty pretty much know hydraulic, pneumatics, pretty much know PLCs and everything else. So I encourage all new faculty to learn and do not hesitate to pretty much like university, stay within your own expertise and area. It's not going to work at the college level. You need to know almost everything that is out there for related to engineering technology.
Thanks, Maury. Appreciate that. Melanie, are you there? Can you speak to say who you are or maybe type it in or something? I don't know if you can hear me or not. How about you, Terry? Do you want to introduce yourself right quick? Or there's Melanie, hang on.
Hi, yeah, I'm Melanie Boyd. I chair the Business and Technology Division at Gulf Coast State College. And I have Joe Oddie is there with you. He's our engineering professor. That program just happens to fall within my department.
Lucky you.
Yeah, it's exciting. Keeps things interesting for sure.
Okay, great. Terry, do you want to introduce yourself? You came in after we got started, so I don't know if you're able to hear me or not. All right, we'll come back to Terry. I think he got interrupted quite a bit there, so we're doing it. All right, so from the whole thing, the whole picture we got, what do you guys want to say is the key thing that we got out of this? If we had to say one key thing. For me, it's you got support. We're here for you. So Ernie's gonna do you have a date yet, Ernie, on the October meeting?
Yeah, we'll send a meeting invite to everybody. It's
All right.
Let me look it up real quick.
I think he's doing it, was it Tuesday mornings or something, or
Yeah.
was it Tuesday mornings? I can't remember exactly. I got so many meetings on my calendar. What? Oh, okay, we'll take it.
Yeah, we'll send a date out to everybody.
Is everybody getting the newsletters? Anybody not getting the newsletters? Okay, so you may wanna make sure we get their names on the mailing list. Yeah, I just can't remember. I got so many meetings. It's just ridiculous, but
I mean, it's October 6th. You need to.
what was that?
October 6th.
10th?
The first Monday, it's the first Monday.
Okay, first Monday in October?
Yep.
Okay.
I advise you go ahead and set a meeting to figure out all your meetings.
Now, I told my boss if I have one more meeting, I have to quit my job because I can't do it anymore. But at any rate, we're gonna stop here. We want to collect all that information. I think Ernie took some notes down. But what maybe we can do is come around, take some pictures of the notes, and we'll have the notes there if we need to do that. We're gonna go ahead and do a vendor break, and then we're gonna come back and talk with Bob Blevins from FLDOE. So y'all go back and beat up the vendors, spend lots of money back there now, lots of money. All right, let's meander back to your seats. We gotta get started. Otherwise, you aren't gonna get out here to midnight, so. All right, Bob, if you wanna come on up, we'll go ahead and get started. So we got Bob Blevins from the Florida Department of Education. So you new folks that are coming on board, this is the guy you wanna talk to if you have any questions about any of our state standards.
Good morning, everyone. So this is a big crowd, because we don't see this many people in person. The big thing that's going on right now with us and the engineering technology degree, we just updated the advanced manufacturing. So if you get started on the advanced manufacturing specialization, you might want to hold off on getting into it too deep because it's going away. I hired it for deletion. And the reason for that is because we've updated it to call automation and manufacturing. And that will be in the 26-27 frameworks. In the new advanced manufacturing, we'll have a 2-year teach out. So if you've entered into it, your students should still be able to graduate. Now, the big thing with that is there are 4 CCCs underneath that old advanced manufacturing specialization. Those, because it was attached to that specialization, also have been daggered for deletion. So I give you a 2-year teach out for each one of those CCCs. And I think Sam and Marilyn and some other people have already started on the process of getting CCCs created for the new automation program. So that's pretty much where that's at. One thing we were talking about earlier again is that CPOMs. That is going to be a very great resource for new instructors once everybody gets on board with UseMe. How many people in here has actually even logged on to CPOMs to see it?
Never heard of it.
Yeah. Some of the new ones haven't.
So it is, if you were in secondary education, you're very familiar with it because that's where all standards and benchmarks are at for secondary is in CPOMs. But now every single program is in our area, all 17 clusters, every single program now is in CPOMs. And you have the ability to log in, look at those. And then you also have the ability to upload anything you want to upload for resources. And then any instructor across Florida can log into it, pull that resource and say, hey, this is great for my program. So another thing we're looking at, and I don't want to get into it because the next, I think Jay is coming up next, is the ag work. They're wanting to add an ag specialization under this degree. And that's what we're going to be working on that. But then again, another thing, if you've looked at the overall framework for the ET degree, there are right now, it is becoming a monster. And one of the things we're looking at doing is possibly breaking the ET degree up. So one of these specializations could become its own AS degree. So that, because it's just getting framework, this thing is 90 pages long when you add all the specializations. So we've had conversations at DOE. For example, the automation manufacturing specialization would become automation and manufacturing technology, AS degree. It wouldn't be a specialization, it'd be his own AS degree. Or the next one was, I think there's one that's called advanced technology. That would be advanced technology, or electronics, be electronics technology AS degree. It's just getting too hard to keep a track on when you're looking at 90 pages in one framework. So that's another thing we've been looking at is possibility of that. You know, it's still in discussion. And if we decide to do that, this would be a perfect place, an ET degree or an ET forum to discuss how we want to go about doing that. Whether we want to keep certain specializations under the ET, or do we want to create new AS degrees for that particular track? That's one thing that this would be a great group to do that with. And I don't think there's a whole lot more that's going on as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I have a question. So if we're gonna do an electronics, engineering technology AS, why wouldn't we just keep the EET?
We already have one. Like I said, we do already have an electronics engineering technology degree. So maybe what we would do is just incorporate those standards and align it to that degree. And again, if you look at the overall electronics EET degree, maybe everything is like you're teaching right now is we could easily incorporate it.
So I think what we're looking at is if we decide to go a route like that, we would have to get those groups together and have a meeting, right?
We'd have to have, again, we'd have to have meetings. We're not just gonna arbitrarily tell you one day, this now is a degree. It would be a meeting upon meeting upon meeting upon meeting upon meeting, and how the government works. Nothing that works quickly. So it would be a very long drawn out process. And we'd have to have a lot of input from the actual people who do it. I don't know how many people in here do the actual schools have the EET degree. Not so, I know Hillsborough, yeah, you still have the electronics engineering technology AS degree. So the electronics specialization in even advanced manufacturing might be able to be incorporated into that. So, and there's nothing that says we can't make an engineering technology specialization under the EET degree. Because I think it has 3 or 4 CCCs right now. So you could actually, because I did that for my automotive AAS degree. They came on board and wanted to add electrical vehicles. So I just made a new specialization and added it to that AAS degree. But when you're starting looking at 11, 12, 13, where are we going to stop adding specializations to this degree? Because like I said, it's just becoming a monster.
Does everybody understand what Bob's saying? That it's getting so large that they're gonna have to look at breaking it apart? All right.
This is Melanie Boyd from Gulf Coast State College. If we are already looking at daggering the advanced manufacturing track and adding in the automation and manufacturing tech or in manufacturing, is there reason, if we know we're going in the direction of streamlining and doing away with specializations, that we wouldn't start this new specialization as an AS degree rather than just as a specialization?
No, because I think right now, if we start this process, the students you enrolled this year would probably graduated before we get this done. So, and I don't think there's not a big rush on it. I wouldn't go about changing anything that you're doing right now. If you're doing the AS and whatever specialization you're doing, I would just continue doing that until we decide. Again, we'd have meetings. We'd have an organizational meeting, then we would have another type of meeting, then we'd have a framework meeting, then and then anything that we do, and the hardest part of anything that we do with new programs, believe it or not, is getting on it on the state school board agenda. It takes absolutely almost forever to get anything on the state school board agenda.
Hey, Bob, we just brought up the frameworks behind you. Could you talk a little bit about frameworks versus curriculum and courses?
Oh, yeah, sure. There's a lot of people that don't realize that frameworks have nothing to do with curriculum. And the reason I say that, when you look at a framework, you should know that if you've been using it, it's written very general at a very low level. And that's by its design, because that gives you, the instructor, the opportunity to pick what curriculum you're using and what level you need to go into. That's why the frameworks are very, very general. They're just a guide. So don't try to think when, if you have, because I don't have I very seldom ever get a call at all from a state college. I get a lot of calls from technical college instructors saying that their directors telling them they have to do this because the framework says they have to do that. Well, that's not the case. If your framework, if you're teaching in a certain area and you're not using that particular standard, or you're not using that particular benchmark, when it's there, and by statute you have to cover it. But then again, on my site, who's going to come and check you if you, in my state, and when I tell instructors, if you've read the benchmark to your class, you've covered it. If it takes you 30 seconds, as far as I'm concerned, you've covered it. But who's going to come and check you? Nobody. There's nobody going to come and sit in your class and check from SACs. Nobody's going to come and sit in your room and watch you do something. Not, and especially DOE. We're not going to watch anybody. We're not an enforcement agency. So that's where a lot of people get confused when they look at this. And when you look and like I said, when you look at this AET degree, I think there's 21 CCCs. That's another reason why we're thinking about breaking it up. That's just too much under one degree. So we're gonna, that's something and again, I may be retired before this even happens. So when you look at it, again, a lot of people don't even know this exists. This same thing that's on our webpage is now on CPOM's. So if you have an account with CPOMS, if you don't, go back and try to find how you can get an account with CPOMS. I think it's Robert Leacher. We have meetings with Rob all the time. So, and it's a great, like I said, everything is on DOE's website is also on CPOMS. And there should be a mirror image of each other.
Any more questions?
Yes, is there a draft of the framework for the automation and manufacturing specialization? That's
You can
available?
email me and I'll send you, it's not a draft, it's done.
Okay.
I've already, for the 26, 27 frameworks, it's already incorporated in it.
Oh,
But of course, it's not open to the public. But now what I can do, I can send you, if you email me, I'll send you that new specialization and all the standards and benchmarks. But it'll be draft, you can't use it because it's not official until it goes to state school board, and that will be sometime in March of 2026.
Well, here's the challenge we're facing, because we know we're making changes. And if we have to do significant changes, we have to do our SACS notification prior to January 1st. But we know we
It's
want
all
to make
minor
changes.
The changes are not gonna be that drastic. It's just collecting data, learning how to communication to get you to the edge computer by collecting the data, sending it to the edge computer. We just added a few things to it. That's what we did.
Okay.
The framework itself is almost the same, just a few minor changes to meet the industry needs for smart manufacturing or Industry 4.0. There's a lot more to it than that, but as a 2-year college, we could not do cybersecurity. We could not, do a bunch of other things. We talk about it in the program, but we don't have a program in cybersecurity inside the engineering technology. It's just more information you can add into your existing lectures. That's what it is. It's modules, in other words. We just add a couple modules.
So I can write my notification, since I'm changing some course mixes to where it's not a significant content change.
That's it.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, again, if you want a copy of it, just send me an email and I'll send it to you. Again, but it'll be in draft form. But like I said, I've already incorporated it. There's 12 through 18. So you got 1, 2, you got, yeah. You got seven standards under the automation. Like Sam said, it's just minor changes. It's updating advanced manufacturing more to align to the Industry 4.0.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So, hi everyone, this is Marilyn.
Marilyn.
I want to address Melanie's question because I know there's a number of new people there. We had done a number of surveys for this update to the we're replacing advanced manufacturing frameworks over the past 2 years, and we sent them to colleges and asked for a single response from each college, asking the different teams to get together and be sure to review them and make sure everyone was on board. And we did get responses back from most of the colleges who were doing it. I would say 18 to 20 colleges responded to those surveys, and there was a couple hiccups in working with Bob, and that's why there was more than one survey. But we did go through a process, and if there's, unfortunately, if you were in transition with new faculty, that may not have, someone from your college may not have actually been able to have gotten it or seen it or understood what it was about, whatever. So I just want to apologize for that, but we did survey the group. We've talked about them at some previous ET forums, but we actually collected some feedback from the faculty as well, the faculty and program managers across the state. So it may be that more than Gulf Coast would like to see these, the drafts, frameworks, Bob, or maybe Sam has them, I know, because Sam worked on them. And maybe that would be something to share, either later in the forum or by email.
Very good. Thank you. And I do know that we have had changeover, but I think Joe did participate maybe in the last round of the surveys. So
We have a copy here, Maryland, where we'll pass it around here. We're gonna email it. If anybody contacts Bob, he can email a copy of it to him.
Thank you. That's all.
thank you, Marilyn.
Anybody else have any questions, answers, smart remarks, anything? All right, Bob, anything else?
Go Vols.
Oh, boy, they're gonna win. They're gonna beat Georgia this weekend. Badly.
I hope so.
All right, one little thing that you just got passed out from Daytona State is the new articulation agreement. So Michael wants to just mention that he just gave it to you guys, and you guys take a look at it right quick.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. The folder that you got there, if you were part of the discussion we had in the spring, it was about articulation agreements. And with us, if you don't know, we have a bachelor's program in engineering technology, electronics, engineering technology. They're ABET accredited, and they can be done online, which is very, very unique among engineering programs. So they're very popular. We're not trying to compete with the state universities. We know they're formal state universities. They have their own thing, but for our population, they're working. They're not going to be able to do a full-time program at a large university. So our program is online, and it's totally achievable by students that are working in engineering disciplines as technicians, but they aspire to become engineers. So that's what that program is. Inside, we have an articulation agreement. This is just a draft. This is what you guys asked of us in the spring. So we put it together. Our board is going to vote on it in November. However, if there's some things you think we should tweak, please let us know. And if not, thank you very much. There's a card. It's Dr. Youssef. He actually is the brainchild behind our bachelor's in engineering program. So if you have specific questions, you can definitely email him, or you can reach out to me too. Are there any questions on that? Okay.
For the articulation agreement that you see, we put Central Florida as an example of the courses that we accept under the 44 technical electives. But if you have other courses, you can share it with us, and we will work on the evaluation to make sure that the courses that your students are taking is not going to waste. So we are transferring the 44 credit hours from AS to the bachelor's degree, and then they will take the 48 required courses. Now, to add to Michael's point, we have the BSET, which is the General Engineering Technology. We have Electrical Engineering concentration. We have Industrial Engineering concentration, and we have Information Technology. So we have 4 programs, ABET accredited programs, that your students can transfer. We can work with you on any articulation, any courses. We look at the courses, evaluate, and use them for our program. Thank you.
Not only that, but a lot of you new ones that don't know that in some states, if you have an ET degree, you're not allowed to get a professional engineering license. Our governor, DeSantis, signed about 4 years ago, House Bill 120, which now allows ETBS students the ability to get their PE. They have to put 2 more years under a PE than the one coming out of like UF or UCF or something. But they can now get their professional engineering license, and there's waivers for that even. So there's opportunity for your students to go. And then not only that, but they have working on articulation to transfer to get a master's degree at UCF.
We have actually 13 students who went to UCF for graduate studies.
And I have one of them is mine, I know, because he's now one of the lead engineers at Lockheed out and thing, and he started with nothing. So he's now one of the top engineers out there. He comes back all the time and talks to me. So it was a great pathway. For him, it worked perfectly. And I'm thinking that, you send one of your students through there, I'm trying to get him to come back and take over for me and Sally, work for Sally when it gets done. So you're building your own pipeline of instructors, right? Sometimes you have to do that.
So it's a positive way of looking at it, and these are great. It's ABET accredited, that's all you have to be is graduate from an ABET accredited program, and that's it. Valencia has one too. I've sent some students down to Valencia that were working or transferred with Lockheed to Orlando area, and you guys have a really good BSET program as well. So there's another one there. So if you're in the Orlando area, or close to it, or they want to move in that area, there's another option for you as well. Yeah, and they're ABET. And I've been working with FAMU a lot lately, and they're trying to build that articulation with all our colleges for their ET. And they're trying to get, Bob was telling me they were gonna shut it down, but I think once they put their application, revise it, put it in, they'll be good too. So there'll be articulations going up to Tallahassee area too. So, I mean, there's just a bunch of ways you can do this.
And when you talk about articulations, please, when you talk about articulations, make sure that you do it in between yourselves. Don't try to send it to the state and make it a statewide. Because then every single state college president has to approve it. So if you're gonna do an articulation, make sure it's a local. We don't get involved with local, that's strictly between college and college, college and university.
So in other words, if you look on their website, they'll give you this agreement here and then go in, because we don't have a formal articulation, but they accept our students in, and they will yours too. If you read what they have in their agreement there, take a look at it and you'll see it. All right, with that said, next up, I think is going to be Jay. If Jay is online, are you there? Yep, there you are. Jay, introduce yourself.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so sorry about the creepy lighting, but a light on before and it made my whole head glow. So I'm going to share a presentation anyway, so I will not be taking up the screen for long. But my name is Jay Patterson, and I'm the Assistant Vice President for Workforce and Career Services at St. John's River State College. But prior to this, I actually started working with the Florida college system when St. John's River started the engineering technology program. So when we began in they had started the program in 2018. And in 2019, I joined the college, and so actually was a regular at the ET forums for a few years. And so am familiar with the group, and I thank Ernie for giving me a chance to do a presentation about what we are proposing, which is a specialization in agriculture technology. And I'm going to give a little background as to how we got here and then kind of what the idea is. All right, let's see if I can do this. All right, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
There we go.
Yep, we got it now.
Okay. All right, so that's just again what I'd like to do is kind of
We lost your sound, Jay. You may have to cut your video off because you're really sketchy on the video and it may be blocking some of your data transmission here. We can't hear you at all, Jay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's working. Now I can hear you.
Okay, I'll leave that part off. So here is kind of how we started. When I got there in 2019, one of the things that St. John's River wanted to do was to develop programming for the agricultural section in our region. We serve 3 counties, Clay, Putnam, and St. John's. And a large part of the service area in all 3 counties is agricultural. There's a part up near, there's St. Augustine. We have a part up near Jacksonville, but the kind of interior of the service area are farms that include potato, cabbage, timber, and datel pepper, and ferns in the southern part of Putnam County. And there was a strong desire from the community to preserve the rural economy and the rural landscape. Some of the things that were going on is there's some pressure from development, specifically in St. Johns County coming out from St. Augustine. Strong FFA programs and very strong ag CTE programs, But youth were leaving the area and the entire sector because they didn't have anything locally to go to. Those who were pursuing post-secondary education were going to UF. They might go up to Georgia. They were going in areas to pursue post-secondary education, but once they went, they either were going to UF and getting kind of a almost becoming ag economist type thing, or they were going to an applied program and not returning to the community. So our goal was to, and really this goal came from the community, is to retain local students and also to provide a structured agricultural option. They weren't sure what, we weren't sure what, but that would connect students to the local businesses. So they would have internships and that the local firms would start to have access to really the future workforce in agriculture or people who might be interested in taking on an agricultural enterprise. All right, so we continued to work with get community input. The local IFAS office was very interested, and we had a local hydroponics entrepreneur. She was the Florida Farm Woman of the Year in 2019. We had folks who were interested in the farm to table movement, so there was quite a bit of interest in it. Sam and the College of Central Florida were working on an agritronics grant with FAMU, and I would say that really was kind of foundational in establishing the concept of the idea of like how we maybe could do technology and agriculture, or how we could connect the two. Because one thing I'll mention later is we don't have an ag program, and we are really not looking to start an ag program. So it was, how do we take what we have and kind of serve the agriculture community? So we looked at some apprenticeship models. Again, one of the big things that people wanted was a hands-on and also a connection to the employers. So there's a college in Wisconsin that was doing an apprenticeship model. The U.S. Department of Labor had some apprenticeship standards and frameworks that we took a look at. We looked at Florida curriculum, including the programs at Valencia and the College of Central Florida. And we also utilized resources from a National Science Foundation project in technical applications in agriculture. And that award went to some community colleges, mostly in the upper Midwest, who were, again, looking at kind of agritronics, basically technology in agriculture. People call it different things, and maybe it has a different focus, but it really is how does technology get applied in agriculture. We hosted a regional ag summit in collaboration with IFAS and PLACA in May 22. And then this is kind of key. What we kind of thought was we would revamp the agriculture production technology curriculum framework. So that was kind of where we left off. Then we had some personnel changes, both at we were going through our SAC COC reaccreditation. So we got through that period, and then we re-engaged with the IFAS person in our county as the person who was involved with that, Dr. Wendy Musseline, was now the county director of the office. She connected us with UF, Dr. Master de Casa, who was then the kind of the head of IFAS in the state and was looking at funding for ag accelerators. And we pitched the idea of automation in agriculture, and it was favorably received. However, you'll see the next bullet, and this is kind of a key point. The agriculture production technology framework, which was kind of in our heads. I had moved on from this point from engineering technology. I was working in another capacity at the college. This was before I even in the position I'm in now. And the ag production technology framework had been daggered in 23, 24. So that was not an option to kind of create this under, but we added the supply chain automation specialization to our engineering technology program. And in that process, we kind of thought, well, wait, this might be an opportunity to kind of leverage what we're already doing and create a new agriculture technology specialization. All right, so Dr. Mastro de Casa at UF asked us to go to Abraham Baldwin in Georgia, and we did a field trip up there. We went to their facility in Hillsborough County in Baum, which was a Gulf Coast Research Center. Dr. Mastro de Casa changed, and her replacement, Dr. Engel, came from IFAS to visit the campus and tour some ag operations in the region. The IFAS staff had us also look at programs and curriculum at Hawkeye, Black Hawk, and Richland community colleges. And then we had kind of developed a draft, and then looking at all these other colleges, tweaked it, and started to share it around. Dr. Barger took a look at it and added Alfred State College as somebody that we should take a look at. And then finally, the reworked draft was reviewed by Dr. Eglin from Daytona State, who also looked at program examples in, again, a lot of them are in the Midwest, but across the country, Ohio, Indiana, Nebraska, Colorado, Utah, Virginia, but helped us to finalize it and ensure. He also looked at it with the eye of how, in the Florida Department of Education framework context, how that's in line with everything, that we keep the core of the degree, in the engineering technology degree that needs to be kept. And I'll share kind of the benchmarks that are suggested later, and that it is, again, transferable or can articulate to the Bachelor's of Applied Science degrees. And why are we doing it now? This is why what really kind of was the impetus to do this, and why it's the timing and everything. So we have a window for new program development because we're transitioning to a new accreditor. We are going to HLC from SAC COC, and who knows, we may be going to whatever the new Florida accreditation system is. But regardless, we have a window of time that we kind of need to say what we're going to be doing in the coming year or two. And that window is closing in this September and October, now. So we also are building a new building in Palaca. It's under design right now, and we really want this agricultural technology program to be part of that plan. And in order for it to be part of the plan, we need to have it on our list of things that we're doing. So we need a framework to operate under. The Ag Accelerator project, which I mentioned that UF was looking to do funding for, did get funded, but the money actually went to 6 K-12 districts around the state. One of them is Clay County, which is in our service area and is collaborating with us on this program development. And the spend period for that money is like, I think 2027. They have it now until 2027. As I mentioned, our college doesn't have a standalone ag department, and that's not in our plan. This model, though, I think allows us to leverage our existing programming to serve the agriculture community. And it also provides a model for, I think there are probably other colleges out there with a rural segment who may be facing the same situation. And again, we provide you maybe like an ag business, but this would give you kind of an ag technology option that is a way to serve the community that you might not have currently. And what do I think the benefit is to the student?
You cut out, Jay. We lost you on the benefits.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I keep getting a message that the connection is unstable. The automation skills are going to benefit the region and the individual cultural enterprise. I think their opportunity to work in manufacturing, supply chain, and that skill set that you all teach is going to add value. So I think it's a valuable option. What's next? The framework. The framework gives us a guide under which to work, but it's not a final structure. The specific degree plan at the college still needs to be defined. We need to, we all focus shorter college certificates. And there's some examples that came from kind of the curriculum review as potential certificates, and collaboration as possible in the process so that we're not reinventing the wheel. However, there are going to be courses that need to be developed. And we hope to work with folks on seeing what those courses would look like. And we look forward to working with other colleges, FLATE, and other institutions, again, to build out the various programs and any new courses. So let me just go to, these are the proposed benchmarks. The whole formal document, I didn't want to put into this presentation, but we'll share with Ernie. Ernie has a copy of that, but we'll share out with the group. So these are the ones added to the core competency, to the benchmarks that are the foundation of the degree. These are the specialization track in agricultural technology. Proficiency in soil science fundamentals, design, implement, and maintain precision irrigation and fertigation systems, pest management, maintaining, operating, troubleshooting agricultural machinery and automation systems, implementing precision ag technologies, including GPS, GIS, and IoT, and analyze data, optimize farming operations using technology. It really is approaching it from the technical side, agriculture from the technical side, somebody who might sell, service, operate, recommend agricultural equipment, versus being a farmer who is, or somebody who is a ag person using equipment. This would be coming from the tech side. And these were potential certificates that Dr. Eglin identified as potential opportunities. Certificate in precision ag technology, focused on GPS and GIS, drones, certificate in agricultural automation systems with robotics and IoT focus, and then irrigation systems, focused on the design, installation, and maintenance of irrigation, and for roles in irrigation technician and water management. So I think I can stop sharing. I think I can come back. And hopefully the connection will stay. So that is where we are. A big impetus, like I said, is to get a framework that we can work under. That's really the goal. Ernie, I think if you guys on mute, yeah.
I'm sorry, I was saying that when Bob was talking earlier, were you here when he's talking about breaking apart the engineering technology into AS degrees, for example, electronics would maybe roll under EET, AS, and then, the new automated manufacturing would be its own AS degree versus under ET. Did you hear that part?
No.
Okay, so we've talked about maybe making this its own standalone AS. It might be an option. Would that be something you could work with?
Well, I guess, one of the things I think that's attractive about the specializations is that, again, I think that it's the core that gives people the options, and the specializations are a flavor, but it's, to me, the degree, mostly the benefit is that core that you get regardless of the field that you go into. And in a rural area, to get a critical mass of students to do anything, I think is to get the critical mass to do, like, the more we can have in that core that are maybe going to split off down the road, but they're all in that same core, as long as that part is included, I think it's still viable.
Sam, the core would stay in place.
Oh, hold on a second. He said that the core would stay in place. We wouldn't change the core. It would just be, you have a new AS. So what your specialization would just become an AS, but you have the same engineering core.
Yeah, what's the time frame for that?
We don't know yet. We have to talk about it because they're saying that the ET is getting so full right now that we can't add any more to it. It's just so full. So like, supply chain automation would be its own AS, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, I think one is near term and one is long term. I think near term, if I wouldn't want this to be held up for what that's going to be down the road.
Yeah, I'm just asking, would you be okay with that, though? That's all I was saying. If we made it its own AES down the road.
Yeah, I mean, mostly it's just I think we just need a framework to be able to work under now.
Yeah, we're not gonna change anything immediately. Yeah, that's correct.
We've got at least 72 hours.
Any questions for Jay? Anybody have anything they want to discuss? Hold on just a second.
Yes, Sam, I do have one.
Okay.
Okay, also under the framework, the core is the exact same thing, but it's called agricultural automation. So I see the learning objectives or program learning objectives, the standards are pretty much same as the other one. Is it much different, Jay?
No, no, it really is and so to me, the exercise of when we added the supply chain automation and we're looking at the specializations, to me, it is the what we're lacking right now are just whatever we have to fill. I think with this supply chain automation, it maybe is 4 or 5 classes. I can't remember. I'm trying to go off of memory here, but it'd be the same thing. We would need to find the coursework that fits what these added benchmarks are, but these are just in addition to all of the benchmarks that we have as part of the degree anyway. So whether that person was going into a specialization in, I mean, the list of specializations is getting long. I mean, so whatever specialization it would be, this is in it just the small part that's added in addition to what is the core of the degree.
I see.
One question I had, Ernie, was I didn't know if there were other schools again that had were kind of in the same spot where they maybe saw an agricultural option to serve ag, but don't have an ag.
Jay, we do actually. We were talking with UF for 7-8 months, and we finally, because we don't have agricultural department, we start with AA. So our courses are transferable to UF up to a certain point that they agreed. And our next step is to go offer AS because that's what our secondary schools are demanding, mostly AS, and our agricultural community is demanding as well. And so our next step is that, and we were thinking about keeping the same framework, first 11 standards, exact same thing, and go with agricultural automation. And pretty much same standard that you mentioned is going to be what we are thinking to do so.
That's interesting.
So I think, Jay, we need to have some more conversations because it looks like Maury's running one way, I'm running one way, you're running another way, and I think we all could come together. I think you got the framework we can work off of for all 3 of us. We just gotta figure out what we need to do next and move forward. Are you looking to get some buyout from us, or what's next steps for you to get this thing completed?
I think the next step is I'm going to do a presentation to this CETIAB this tonight. Yeah, I honestly, for me, the biggest thing right now is just that the curveball that I kind of had not anticipated was the daggering of the ag production technology or back when, whatever. And so if we have a framework that we can work under, what the details are, I think can be worked out. And I may not even be part of that. I think that may be more focused with the engineering technology group. But right now it's just we're just facing kind of a time crunch Well, we've been working on it for a while. I mean, we've been working on it for a while, but this reaccreditation thing has made us be where we have to move it now.
Jay, with that, agricultural, CCC you're talking about was Dagger. I didn't know which one it is because I don't really work on agriculture that much. But there is a possibility that we could, just because it's Dagger doesn't mean it can't be reinstated. So if you think this would fit under that, we can take a look at that and we can always remove that Dagger. That's not, Dagger, as long as it's not deleted, just because it's Daggered, that program stays in the database so we can update it and reinstate it at any time if it's necessary.
Bob, can you send a copy of that one for me to review?
Repeat that, Maury?
Could you send me a copy of that framework for me to review?
Staggered agriculture. Well, I don't know which one it is because I
Jay?
said I don't.
Jay, do you know that?
I do. I mean, I have the title. I have the SIP number somewhere. I can pull that out.
Okay,
Yeah,
that could be a good option if we review that framework. That could be a good option for three of us,
Yeah,
or
just
for any school.
Yeah, just because it's staggered doesn't mean it's not there. It can't be updated or reinstated. We've done that in the past on other programs.
All right, well, thanks, Jay. Just real quick, so there's some more discussion I think we can have on this. I just wanted, this is a good time to sort of talk about the process for curriculum updates. So each of you should have, I think by state statute, each of you should have an advisory committee for your programs, right? I know some of you are just looking at your eyes or telling me that's probably not as good as you want it to be. And we can help with that. That's something that's really important, right? You're local. So the way sort of curriculum or framework updates work is you, as a faculty member, discuss it with your local advisory board. Then you bring it to the ET forum like Jay's doing now. From that, it goes to the CETIAB, which will have the meeting. Dean is the chair of our CETIAB, the statewide advisory board. And why that's important is we're hoping to have at least one person from every college on the statewide. We're far from that right now. So I'm gonna help you guys start building up your advisory boards. And then I want at least one person from your advisory board locally to be on the state. That's super important. So it goes from you as a faculty to your local advisory board, to the ET forum, to the CETIAB, and then it goes to Bob, right? That's kind of the process for changes to the framework. So this is a good example of what that looks like. So if you do have any changes, like I know a lot of you talking about semiconductor, some other options, that would be the process, right? And we've got a nice little chart. We could show you later what that looks like, but just in general, that's the way it works. Any questions on the process? Okay. Okay, great. Thanks, Bob. Bob and Jay and Ernie on that one. So that's great. All right. All right, we're at 11:15, so we're gonna do some college program updates right quick. And you gotta make it quick. I don't need a long conversation because otherwise you're gonna start missing lunch. We don't wanna do that now, do we? I don't send anybody home hungry. You're supposed to gain weight when you come here, if y'all didn't notice over here, so that's what you're supposed to do. All right, so I'm gonna start it off. Sam Ajlani, College of Central Florida, Engineering Technology Program Manager. Our big thing right now is we got a building that we're remodeling for our program, so we're gonna take over the entire building and quadruple our space, which is what we need to do. We're getting more equipment in and we actually have a satellite campus. We're actually developing labs over there. And we're broadcasting a lot of our courses out to the other areas. So that's kind of our big thing going on right now.
Nabil Yusuf, Daytona State College. One of the major updates that we're doing in information technology, although it's not under engineering technology, but it's related to manufacturing, it's related to the industry, where now, everyone is talking about the AI and the use of AI in data analytics and how they can benefit from AI. So we created an AI data analytics standalone certificate that anyone from any area in the industry can take. It's financial aid eligible, and it's most of the prerequisite is within. So you don't have to take any prerequisite, it's just standard admission requirements, and you are in that program. It will be offered in fall of 2026. And the other one also that, everyone is talking about, since we are Industry 4.0, we are using lots of Internet of Things, the cloud, then there is security issues. So we have now a cybersecurity, our cybersecurity certificate that's NSA approved. And we have certificate from NSA related to Center of Excellence, is now revamped to be also 25 hours standalone cybersecurity certificate, where anyone will be admitted based on the certain admission requirements, and they can finish the certificate, which would be also related to the industry and to manufacturing.
I'll defer to Sheriff.
Michael, Daytona State. The only thing I'll mention is, if you remember, if you were at our last meeting, we had the Space Consortium come at the end and do that very lively discussion on aerospace and ET and how they were very similar, linked. And well, at that time, we were working on an aerospace technology program that is ready to go and will start in January. And it was largely inspired by a number of courses in our ET program. So that's the one big thing that we're working on. We'll have that started in January. We also have some other aviation programs that we're looking to start in about a year or so. And hopefully sometime soon, we may be able to give you a tour, but I can't say much more about that.
Sure. Ready for the call?
I didn't know that was an option.
Everybody sees lunch showing up and they're like.
Sorry.
No, I don't have a lot to talk about. Enrollment is great. CNC is going fantastic. We've got a few collaborations going on in the community, so that's good for us. Collegiate, our enrollment's up there as well. We're trying to work on new projects to keep the kiddos interested, so student engagement is probably something we all probably shouldn't talk about. But other than that, everything's good.
Hi, at Florida State College at Jacksonville. We got a grant to set up a semiconductor production cell. Our AV program is doing pretty well. We have an autonomous vehicle technician certificate within our automotive program. Plastic injection molding, we're setting up a cell for that, as well as solar and battery. And we have a new artificial intelligence AS degree, which is a collaboration between our engineering technology and our IT department.
In Valencia, the biggest thing is semiconductor right now. So we kicked off our AS degree this fall. And it already there, so previous to that, our accelerated skills training, which is our workforce side, they had started previous, and so they had developed a really neat space. If you ever want to come and see it, it's all robotics, it's a simulated clean room, all of that. So now the credit side has come up with the AS degree. We have another clean room, simulated clean room that does slightly different things. So that's the big thing at Valencia, but also in terms of AI, we've also added an AI certificate. It's only 9 credits though. So unfortunately it's not financially eligible, but it is online if someone wants to add that. And then the other thing that's going on is Universal, which is down the street from our main campus in what we call West. They have, they're just about to finish a huge cohort through their electromechanical program. And they just signed on to do another one. But what's really great about that is that will hopefully feed into Anna's program in advanced manufacturing, because they literally teach across the hall from each other. So it's really a nice symbiotic kind of relationship going on between our accelerated skills training and our AS programs, so. And we have an articulation agreement. We, students who complete the AST program get 15 credits for the AS degree. So we've had great success recruiting students, even both from the mechatronics and the robotics AST programs. And before we go on, I wanted to share some updates also. My friend Jesse Carrero at Seminole State College couldn't make it. So he sent me some information from the updates they have. They received a big grant, 2.8 million, I think. And they will be renovating a lot of their labs and getting new robotic arms, and they have big things coming. And they also are reorganizing, they're looking for a new dean because they're gonna combine the business and the engineering technology program. So they're, I don't know, they're doing some reorganization there. And they're hoping to, with the new labs they will be building and bringing some of the business students to campus, they're hoping to grow their enrollment and just have like a bigger space there for students.
New fresh news update. We are now Hillsborough College. We have graduated. Not the last, the very last. We did start offering the nursing degree, and now we're looking at offering other degrees as well. So, for you. Anyway, so other news, our FinTech program we talked about last time is up and running. We've had an open house and we've got students, and that's going very well. We did get some new equipment. That was about 1,500 pounds. We can't get it upstairs. We're gonna figure out, because we're in the second floor. So we're working that out to get a person that will be actually to move it upstairs. Let's see, oh yes. We have a new employee with us, Dr. Liana Vicencio. Just graduated with her PhD from USF, my favorite place. And she is taking the place of our dear friend, Ron Smith, who retired. The nerve of him. He had nerve. Let's see. Oh, yes, we have a cohort going through our program from Bob Shalom. They are sending several lists of their employees that are going through the program, because we have one person that worked there and they found out about this. Oh, this worked. So they're progressing through our program. And we are exploring and looking at and just starting to put together a articulation with our high school, Middleton, so that their students, CT students can articulate smoothly to our program. Yes.
Garrett Lee, so South Florida State College, we welcome you to the rank of, even if it doesn't say state college, we we still got some work to do to go ahead and add yet another word to that. Let us know when you've got that.
We got an email this week about you looking for her, because so stay tuned.
So news on our program, it's been a couple years since you've seen me at one of these. That's because yay for me having a NSF grant, and I found myself always at the fall doing a new EPI program or going up to Chicago for some kind of thing for one of our grants on that. So yay for getting money for our scholars to help pay for their tuition. That's kind of nice. We've got a partnership with Nucor, the steel manufacturer, that they've got it's strange to call a plant that produces over 1,000 tons of steel a day a mini mill, but hey, just north of the county line there, and we've got, they're actually sending us employees that spend half the time there at the college as students and the other half there at the plant, and so that's working out pretty well. And we're currently trying to get a articulation agreement with UCF so they can take classes and then transfer straight up on the engineering side, not so much engineering technology. That's pretty much it.
Daryl Carr from St. Pete College. So I think the same thing that we're all in this boat with the semiconductor course program facility getting stood up. So I think anything that help us maybe benchmark or collaborate or solve the problems would be tremendously helpful.
Sam Aldridge, State College of Florida. Last year, some of you visited us and you saw our lab facilities. We have expanded 100% floor space. And we were in the process of relocating the lab from Venice, and we've done that. We've also expanded equipment-wise. We landed an equipment upgrade grant, and we purchased quite a bit of equipment to start the transition into more automation and Industry 4 teaching. We also added a significant amount of, I would say, robotics in our programs. We also purchased equipment that allows us to simulate manufacturing. The smart factory that we purchased from Matrix English company. And we had the pleasure of traveling to England and actually going to the lab and meeting the guys that designed and created all of this. So that was great. All right, but that's pretty much it.
Like that.
So I was gonna ask for some help on recommendations for equipment, but I think I know. Now. Yeah, just Mark Terrell, Santa Fe College, and still drinking from the fire hose. We did start another program besides the engineering technology program. It's a diesel automotive program at Santa Fe, so that's also new. That's it.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Oh, that's right, that's right. Yeah, I think that's it for the colleges. Anybody I missed? How about you online, Maury? Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead and give us a quick update.
Yeah, very quick. We got a grant, $250,000 for upgrading equipment, and we are purchasing metal printing. So we are pretty excited to have that one. And also our corporate college got $1.8 million grant for equipment, and they're adding welding, which that's going to happen. We are going to add welding class to our program as well. And also we are pretty much progressing, I should say, aggressively on AI. We put data acquisition, data processing on a cloud, and we have a data broker in Germany for free. So we send our data from our own homemade liquid process control system and are able to see that online. So with the welding and with metal printing, we are going to be in good shape.
Thanks, Maury. That's great. I noticed that Tina, you came on board while we were in the middle of the conversations. Do you want to introduce yourself right quick, Zelensky?
Yes. Can you all, there we go. Good morning. I'm excited. It's been so fun sitting in and listening to you all. Ernie and I met several years ago, and he invited me to come share this afternoon at 3:15, I think is our time together, about using technology gamification to attract students and fill your programs and connecting them to workforce. So a lot of the things that I've been hearing this morning we'll touch on this afternoon, and then just have an engaging, fun session, and then have some questions at the end. So I'm excited to be with you all. I had to be up in Maine this week, so I am the opposite coast from you all, but would love to be there in person in the future.
Thank you.
Terry, did you ever get back with us? I wanted to see if we could introduce yourself right quick. He may still be tied up. Did we catch every college and everything that we needed to catch? I don't know if we missed anybody.
I think I had too much coffee.
Oh, you were, that's right, you walked out, so let's get you.
I guess I had way too much coffee.
Well, that's right, man. So, this is the guy that we volunteered to pay for all our dinners tonight, so.
Because. I'm Glenn Beach. I'm with Pensacola State College. A couple of new things there at the school. We've built a new building and we've moved engineering technology into that new building. A couple of years ago, when I took over for Professor Paul, who left, we've been doing a few things with the program. We introduced photonics and lasers, and I noticed microcontrollers was missing from the program. So we brought that back. We also want to bring in some solar thermal systems and solar photovoltaic systems to teach. And the reason I did that was because the college credit certificates are there and available. All we have to do is add 2 classes to the program, and then we offer another college credit certificate for the students. Enrollment. I don't know if you guys have experienced the enrollment increase that we have.
I wish.
I've gone probably 5 years ago, we had maybe 10 students enrolled at a time. This semester, we had to create a whole new section and we have 32 students that started the engineering technology program this semester. And that's college update.
That's one thing we saw too. Some of y'all is stable, but I don't know what happened in ours, but we ended up with a 48% increase within a month before we started our classes. We had no books. No, we weren't prepared, believe me.
One thing I forgot to mention too, since I forgot all about it until you mentioned it from Jacksonville State College, is that we're in the process of creating an AS degree for autonomous vehicles. And I'm just waiting on Doug Bauer to get back with me with the paperwork, because I already have the framework. And I've already looked at it and, it's good to go. I'm just waiting on the formality now of the application and our major market alignment and all that. He's waiting to get that back. The reason for this, and I believe in Jacksonville, they're building an autonomous vehicle corporation out on 285 out there somewhere next to the zoo. That's going to actually be manufacturing autonomous vehicles. And then also, I think by 2030, I think Doug told me that Jacksonville Transit Authority, all buses running in Jacksonville will be autonomous.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in Jacksonville, watch out for the buses.
So I guess now we caught everybody. I guess Mohammed left. I don't see him up there. We're gonna be heading off to lunch here in a few minutes. Is there anything, Ernie, you want to talk about prior to us going to lunch right quick? Not specifically, but just as far as lunch goes, I know we've got barbecue for lunch, so I know some of you are vegetarians, so there is a salad that I've kind of put in the back, so we'll give the vegetarians first crack at that, so if you're not a meat eater, there is some options for you, hopefully. But yeah, I think we're ready to do lunch, so maybe we'll just start at this table if you want and kind of go around. All right. Okay, everybody, Jeff, we have a presentation from Ron Eglin. He's gonna talk about the course database that we built. So he's at a conference somewhere, so he shot a video before he left. So we're gonna play that first, and then we'll have Wonder FL present next. Oh, and please, there's like 2 trays of banana pudding left. So everybody pile up a big plate of banana pudding and eat that before you go.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're good. All right.
That was crawling across the underwear. So just that was like, there you go. I can't eat it. Fine.
You're getting used to videos from me. Sorry I can't be there, but hello everyone. Hopefully you're getting used to videos from me. Sorry I can't be there, but I would like to give you at least a little bit of update of happenings of things that I've been working on. So one of the things I've been working on is this course database, and I'm not going to take credit for that because much of the work was done by Flake, where they compiled information on all the courses being offered at all the state colleges, number of hours, and all the information about those, which is available in this spreadsheet, and I believe that this spreadsheet is available to everybody. Simply saying, okay, so looking right now at the core courses associated with the programs, safety, manufacturing, who's offering these courses, how many hours are they offering it, and specifically which class is it being offered as. Each of the specializations also has that same information compiled into this spreadsheet. So that is the beginning of our source material for this project. Now, what we want to do is we want to make this information available to everybody. So the way that we're going to be doing this is we're building we're building a website that basically links all of this information, not necessarily in the same format that you see here, but in a very usable format, so that you can look at the website by school, by class, by program, by category, and see who's doing what. For the core, for the gen ed, for the specializations. Now, while I was doing this, and while I was looking at assigning course numbers, we looked at something else. Whoops, that's not the right one here, but I'm going to bring up the correct one. And actually, I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself here. Let's go here. And okay, the first one we looked at specifically, and I've done this for EET, and we'll start here with an EET that we all know. I looked at what were the common outcomes that were in each of the individual classes and who was offering it. And I was using a number of AI tools to compile all this data. So what I was able to do from this was develop a set of common course outcomes for specific courses. This is useful to me because when I am assigning a course number, I'm looking for the overlap for the requested course and the courses that are already in the catalog. So at this time, I've got a common set of outcomes for all the courses that we are offering inside of the EET. What I also have, however, is a methodology, a method by which I can generate these outcomes based on the SCNS database and a number of prompts and queries to do this, with the end result being a set of commonalized course outcomes for everybody that offers a specific course. Now, of course, I could easily stop there, but I did not. So what did I do next? Let's go to the next one, and let's look at how these courses fit within the EET curriculum frameworks. So what I've done is I've taken each of the courses inside of EET, I've mapped the specific course outcomes in those courses to the learning outcomes inside of show how specifically the courses that are being offered and those outcomes meet the requirements of the curriculum frameworks. So with that being done, I can look at a curriculum which is a series of courses, and look at how well everything maps and how well the curriculum frameworks are actually being met by the program. Now, that's useful to the people that are teaching the programs, and we're looking at how that can actually be beneficial. It's also looking very useful for us when we're looking at specifically to the frameworks. What are the frameworks represented? Okay, well, again, I could have stopped there. I didn't. So what I did next was I looked at the curriculum pieces that were associated with this. So in this case, and I'm just going to show one of the examples, which is EET 1011. I think that's a course that many of us are familiar with. What I've done is I've taken all the course descriptions of everybody that offers this and developed a common course description based on all of that. Then I took each of the common learning outcomes and I developed a set of core competencies. What do you need to do, both at the core level of the course and also at the advanced level of the course? For doing that, I specifically went through and had research with using a deep research algorithm and a deep research AI, everything that was available from everybody that was offering those courses, and pulled all that information back. Using that, I was now able to say, well, what do you need to do if you're teaching this course? So I've developed documents that are modular in nature that look at the individual modules that you would need to have. So for instance, in EET 1011, the first module that is recommended would be the electrical fundamentals, which would have these specific learning objectives and the topics that would need to be covered in those classes, including common laboratory activities that would be done and what types of assessment methods would be recommended based on what everybody else is doing. So, and then we go on through module 1, module 2, module 3, in the format that is most commonly being used by the people that are teaching this course. Now, not only are we the only ones teaching this course, I was able to extend that research out on a national level. And for many of the common courses that we teach, I was able to find well over 100 different schools teaching this with what they teach. Note that this is not the actual textbook materials. This is simply a guide to say the next thing that you're going to do in module 3 inside of EET at 1011 is cover series circuits, which have those objectives such as apply Kirchhoff's voltage law or design voltage divider circuits with specific topical coverage, specific types of laboratory activities, and specific types of assessments necessary to evaluate what you've done in the course. So this project, it plans to take all of this, all the way back to that first thing that I showed you, which was the courses that we are teaching, look at the outcomes for those individual courses, where they're being offered, provide a set of core outcomes and optional outcomes that we can use in those specific courses, and also provide a set of curriculum guides. Remember, curriculum guide is not the actual materials themselves. It just says these are the things that you should cover and these are the methods that you should use to assess them. And these are based on what everybody is doing right now. So the overall objective of this project is to get to this level for every course that we teach inside of the entire ET curriculum. That's it. I'm sure this is going to lead to a certain level of discussion. I'm sure there's a lot of people curious of how we're going to do this, what the methodology is, but that is the big picture. thank you very much. And hopefully I will see everybody sometime soon. Enjoy the discussion. Thank you.
Do you need a loan for your business? Well, if you've been around for over a year, I'm about to show you how to get up to $3 million in funding. Sounds too good to be true. Business needs without
No, I need to leave this next to the. No, that stays right there. You're gonna talk. Well, he's got that's a good point. He's got a video, he's got audio on his. Well, I can just set it over there when I get it. Yep. Oh, yeah, there you go, okay.
Do a little dance for you. A little time. Thank you. So good afternoon. Verdell Hawkins, Manager of Economic Development with Florida Power and Light. Have the privilege of speaking with you this afternoon about a talent attraction campaign that Florida Power and Light helped develop and has been promoting for over the last couple of years. I represent a team of about 15 folks from across the state of Florida tasked with attracting companies to the state and retaining industry within the state of Florida. Typically, those companies fall within the target industry sectors as defined by the State Department of Commerce. It's aerospace, aviation, it's logistics, distribution, life sciences, advanced manufacturing, clean energy. But what we also found when interacting with these companies, with site location consultants that direct these companies, is that the states that are most competitive have ample, skilled, and available talent. So to that degree, in addition to the other things, we assist these companies with incentives, sites and buildings, of course, electric rate information. We're also assisting them with identifying the appropriate talent. Hence our talent attraction campaign that we refer to as Wonderful or Wonder FL. Next slide. And so you can access this site by going to wonderfl.com. Once you get to this site, you'll have the opportunity, or visitors will have an opportunity to go into one of 3 different portals. Live in Florida, work in Florida, or work remotely from Florida. And I'm going to give you a highlight via video of what visitors will find once they visit our site.
So again, the video shows a highlight of all of the things you'll find when you go to that site. How we're purposeful within the state of Florida, meaningful, peaceful, all the great things about the state of Florida that we all know and love, but that folks from the outside of the state might not be aware of. So in coordinating this program or promoting this program, we've had to form a number of partnerships. One of those partnerships, a group of partnerships, involves collaboration with HR professionals from across the state of Florida. And what they tell us is that we're doing great, or we have enough resources to promote the jobs that we have available. We need your assistance promoting the place. What we've also found with the marketing firm that helps us promote this site is that Florida, believe it or not, has a perception issue when it comes to attracting talent. Many folks from outside of the state of Florida only see us as a retirement haven or the home of Mickey Mouse or leisure and activity. They don't realize that we have a wealth of manufacturing talent, technology talent, engineering talent. So that's one of the things that we're trying to overcome with this campaign. And so once arriving on this site, you arrive at the landing page. That's wonderful. But we all know within the state of Florida that Florida is about 5 states in one. So we can't describe the entire state of Florida because there's such distinct differences in each portion of Florida. Pensacola, where I live, is entirely different from Miami. Miami is entirely different from Orlando and Jacksonville, and so on. So we work with all of our economic development partners around the state to develop sites unique to their respective regions. So once you go to the site, you will see portals that allow you to get information about each of the different sections of the state. And so this is a highlight of the map that visitors can click on, and it highlights each of the different regions. Go back one, please. Each of the different regions within the state. You'll see a Northwest section, Northeast section, Space Coast section, so on and so forth. And so once you click on the site, and this is an example of a page from the Northwest Florida site, it'll give you information about living here. And so say, for instance, you click on the Northwest Florida portal, it'll give you information about the military presence that exists here, about the university and colleges in this region. It'll talk about other things distinct to living in Northwest Florida as opposed to any other area of the state. In addition to getting information about living here, it'll talk about the industries. So perhaps someone isn't aware of what's available in the military defense sector, in the life science sector. This site will give you information on all of those sectors. What's it about? What are the job opportunities in that sector? And what are opportunities?
Can I ask a question when we're
Of course, go for it.
So the page you just showed, could the schools use that as a way to connect with companies, to like for advisory committees and jobs and stuff for their students?
Absolutely. And so at the end of the presentation, I'm going to walk you through all the things that you guys can help with. And that's exactly one of the things that you can help with, is promoting this site to students that we'd like to retain in this area, and also who are companies who are hiring. In fact, there's one section of the site, and I'll get to in a moment, that we feature employers that are hiring here. And so in this, just one back, in addition to highlighting the different industries, we go a little deeper into the exact companies in the region. So once you click on, say, aerospace aviation, it'll pop up a map of all of the aerospace aviation companies in that particular region. Or if you go to the statewide map all across the state, you click on one of those tabs and it'll describe that company, where it's located, what are the job opportunities available within that company. And so this is just a beginning section of, I think, aerospace aviation, where it's highlighting what the capabilities are in the state of Florida. The next slide there shows, once you get to the aerospace aviation section, there are some links you can click on. So there are some additional partnerships that we have. One of those is with Employ Florida. So you can click on the Employ Florida link. You can see on this search, at that time, there were 207 jobs available in aerospace aviation across the state of Florida in that industry. And so now to the featured employer site. And so beyond just knowing what companies exist, okay, I know what companies are here, but who's actually hiring? So we feature all companies, if it's made aware of, if we're made aware of it, informed of it, who are hiring 12 employees or more within the state of Florida. So if you're aware of any companies in your region across the state of Florida, particularly in the manufacturing sector, in these target industries who are hiring, please make us aware. We'll be sure to feature them on the site. And so this is just an example of what that looks like. There will be a tab with their logos. Visitors to the site can click on that, get information about the company and the potential opportunities. This is just an example of some of our marketing ads. We actually place ads all across the nation, perhaps at airports, in marketing publications, on Google and other places, advertising what's taking place with this site and the companies who are being advertised on this site. Again, many partnerships make this happen. One of those relationships is with HR professionals across the state of Florida. Another group of partners that we collaborate with include statewide organizations. So Florida's Chamber of Commerce, Florida Department of Commerce, Small Business Development Center. We're all partnering to promote this site and the opportunities that exist within the state of Florida. Several companies we partner with to promote their opportunities and advantages across the region and statewide, respective regions and statewide. And so this slide just highlights some of our metrics from this past year. There were 60,000 visitors to the site throughout 2024. That's about 14 visitors per day to the site, 15 million impressions. So this is being advertised across a variety of platforms, LinkedIn, Meta, Instagram, Google. And so across all of those platforms, 50 million folks have viewed something related to Wonderful. That's okay. Top sites they've looked at, our homepage, aerospace aviation. So folks in aerospace aviation were really getting a lot of benefit out of this site. They're really folks who frequent the site. Work in Florida. So it's really folks who are Googling work in Florida. I want to find a job or placement in Florida. That page is getting a lot of traction and attention. And then there are a couple of regional sites that are at the top of our frequently visited list. The Southwest Florida area, South Central Florida, as of 2024. Of course, 2025, we'll see what those metrics look like. And then the major industries page is also getting a lot of looks. Google ads, we help direct to make sure that the right folks, the folks that we're targeting, are visiting this site. And I'll say right folks in the sense that our marketing campaigns are largely geared towards high cost, high tax areas. So the New York, New Jersey area, the Boston area, we're telling those folks, hey, come to Florida, better quality of life, better standard of living, job opportunities. We're also targeting communities where they have engineering technology programs at the collegiate level. So that's another focus of our program. And so over 2024, we saw a 65% increase in the traffic from 2023. We're wanting to continue to promote and advance throughout this year. And so some things you guys can assist with. Again, I mentioned that we're across a variety of platforms. If you could visit us on LinkedIn or Instagram, like our pages, if you have one of those. I don't have an Instagram page, but if you do, you can go on Instagram and like either WonderFL or life.in.fl. Also share the information with your students who you're looking to retain or would like to stay within the Florida environment. Job opportunities shared with them or with employers who are looking to hire folks. Something else you can assist with on those regional sites, we try to identify educational opportunities, other resources in every region. Please look on your regional site. If your institution or other resources you know are available in your region aren't listed, please let us know. We'll be sure to add that to our website. And then anything else that you might think would be beneficial in the sense of talent attraction. Again, our end in mind is that the state of Florida competes better for those multinational corporations, those major manufacturers who bring a vast number of jobs, large numbers of capital investment to the state of Florida. With that, that concludes the presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. So there's no national site job search site like that other than LinkedIn. Now we run a fair amount of ads on LinkedIn, but nothing like Munster.
Indeed, seems to be pretty popular.
That's a good thought. Have to run that by our marketing firms and see how we can potentially collaborate with those research. So we'll be glad to. And so the question was, what is the process for identifying companies that you place on your site? We largely work with the local economic development or regional economic development organizations. And so we ask them to identify companies in their region who are hiring or that they would like to promote.
See another company in our region that's not there.
You can send it to them, or you can send it to this guy. And so Wesley Hudgens is one of our teammates at Florida Power and Light who coordinates this program. In fact, he would have been here today, but he's out recruiting companies on the West Coast today, so I'm kind of pitch hitting for him. You can scan the QR code here, get Wesley's information, or Teresa, of course, knows how to connect us. But you can either send it to your local EDL or to Wes. Oh, absolutely. His question, oh, I'm sorry.
The online audience can't hear you if you don't use the mic.
His question was, this goes beyond energy related programs, and the answer to that is absolutely. Now, of course, if they decide to locate it within the state of Florida or move, I'll be happy to talk to them about electric rates and incentives and other things related to this, but no, it goes far beyond. Yes, sir.
Is there any information about
Absolutely. Now, his question was, is there information about some of the educational programming that's been mentioned today? Now, of course, I didn't sit through the entire session, so I don't know the breadth of what's been discussed. But yes, there are links to every major educational institution in each of those regions and what those programs provide. Oh, I saw another hand.
So I'm just having to look at the Tampa Bay one. Our college. How do we get that connection? Make sure that we're helping each other.
Perfect, perfect. So you know someone who can add that information. In addition to that, you can either send it to Wes or to your local economic development organization. His question, or his point rather, was that his educational institution was not listed. So he wanted to know how to go about doing that. Any other questions, comments? With that, thank you for your time.
All right, we're ready to get started. So if everybody will go back to their seats and sit down, relax for a minute. Gonna go through the round table, check on what's going on, the latest trends. Bye, bye.
Yes, hi, I am Mike Eller. I am Vice President for Strategic Programs for Florida Makes, which is just the host organization for Flight. And yeah, very happy to be here. I oversee all of our programs in education, technology, workforce, supply chain, business continuity, information security, everything else, yeah. But yeah, a lot of interesting things happening in the industry, especially the last 2 months, and so look forward to getting into that.
Hello, I'm Michael Lemai.
Hey, Mike, hang on one second. Hey, everybody, it's kind of hard to hear. Got her in the background.
Senior project manager for Target's global supply chain and logistics under the engineering activation. What I do really high level is I set up new distribution centers on how packages come through the building from inbound to outbound. So basically conveyor systems, electrical systems. I do some retro work, currently on a project now out of a certain city where we're putting in some new infrastructure and electrical systems to improve throughput and efficiency, right? How packages get to you faster. So that's what I do. Some of what I do for Target. I've done some transportation stuff for Target and a few other things. So thanks.
I'm Dean Bartles. I'm the CEO of a small not-for-profit called the Manufacturing Technology Deployment Group.
It's the parent holding company of a company that some of you know called Advanced Manufacturing International that helps community colleges and state colleges obtain funding from the state of Florida. We're also expanding to Georgia. So we've been successful in getting a few $1 million for a couple of you, like Pittman State College, for example, St. Pete College. And we're working actually here in the Panhandle with the project now. But the primary business is called the National Center for Defense Manufacturing and Machining. They've been around for about 23 years. 99.9% of the business is with the Department of War. Yes, that is the title of our customer. And we run one of the Manufacturing USA Institutes, the first one, the flagship, called America Makes. It's the National Additive Manufacturing Innovation Institute. So if anyone has any questions about additive manufacturing, which is a fancy term for 3D printing, I can help.
So I guess the question is what trends and technologies are you seeing in local manufacturing?
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the great things about Florida and is that there's a wonderful diversity across our state. One of the challenges in answering a question like that is there's a wonderful diversity across our state. So just about anything I could say would apply probably somewhere across the state of Florida. We have over 27,000 manufacturers. Over 80% of those have fewer than 20 employees. So manufacturing in Florida is primarily a small manufacturing conversation, although we do have some very, very large folks here, folks like L3 Harris and Lockheed and Northrop Grumman and folks who are supporting our Department of War, among other things. A lot of folks that support NASA too. We're seeing a lot in robotics. We're seeing a lot in sort of integration of automation. That's one thing that we're seeing a lot of interest in, a lot of activity in, even in some of the smaller shops where they're having challenges finding workers or having challenges finding workforce and trying to look at how can we integrate a cobot solution, how can we integrate some other things to be able to address some of those workforce challenges that we have in other ways. Another one we're seeing a lot of right now is cybersecurity, information security. Obviously, there's a lot of threats out there. There's a lot of activity going on. You hear about the cybersecurity maturity model, which is a big deal for anyone that's trying to get into the war space now. That actually literally went final yesterday. So so there's a lot of activity and a lot of angst there because many companies are realizing that it takes tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to implement some of that stuff, and a year to 18 months, that's a real challenge, especially for smaller companies. So that's the area where we're seeing some challenges. And then there's a lot of interest in just reshoring in general because of everything that's happening with trade policy and all the different uncertainty of things. So a lot of people are reassessing their supply chains and their commercial relationships and when they might be able to bring things closer to their activities. And I think that is ultimately overall a good thing, but just the uncertainty overall is a real big anchor on some of the activity out there right now. I'll leave it.
I have to be very careful about what I say with regards to as far as trends. So this week we had our target together. Target fans here. There we go. Right. So we had our big. Every year we have a big. It's called Target Together. We bring all the store directors into Minneapolis, and I was there last year. Didn't get to go this year. But they talk about all the new things that are coming out. I'm going to highlight three things, and if we want to dig into it, we can. AI. Right? As customers shop, we believe that our digital space is a little bit, right? When you go to Amazon and you Google or look up something, you get a ton of different things that you want to look at. We're trying to streamline that down to that person, right? Another thing to include that is the digital space, right? Increasing our digital space. And the other thing is automation. I mentioned some of the auto diverting. A lot of our DCs are manual, right? Our bigger DCs, or the new ones that are coming out, have automation built into it where we have auto diverters with packages them, right? And I don't know if anybody's really ever seen the operation of how a box comes in and then it gets moved just grabbing vendors and saying, hey, make it happen, right? We're getting very strategic on longevity and life training, right? Because now we're removing the manual and adding automation. So we remove that manual person, now we have to find someone who can actually work on those automated systems, right? Because it's not, red light, green light, stop and go, compare moves this way. Now you've got different things going on. So those are some of the trends that Target's picking up on. Again, I don't want to go from senior project manager to a guest overnight because I said something here I shouldn't. So if you have any questions, I can do one-on-ones, but those are the three things that were very highlighted this week: was the digital space, automation, and AI.
So how many Target employees are gonna be eliminated from that? I'm just kidding, just kidding. I want to reiterate what Mike mentioned, CMMC. It is huge. Any company that's making any tiny little component that goes into a bigger component that goes into a bigger, and eventually goes into a platform for the Department of War, you have to become CMMC certified. So it's a really, really big deal. So I would think that the companies that are out there in your areas would love it if you guys offered some kind of CMMC class, because it's truly a big, big deal. And as Mike mentioned, it just finally became official. They've talked about it for years. They've come out with multiple iterations, and finally, it's now official. So we went through it at my company. It's doable, but you do need a lot of training before you ask the auditor to come in and audit you to get that certification. But I would think that's a great thing for state colleges to offer some kind of a CMMC yellow belt or something, but some kind of training. The other thing I would encourage you to look at the Manufacturing USA website. So Manufacturing USA is the home of all of the manufacturing institutes that have been set up since 2012. My company runs the first one that we call America Makes. That's, as I mentioned, focused on additive manufacturing. But the other 17 are also listed on this website. And each one of these topics that were selected was the result of the US government going around the country, doing focus groups with leading academicians, with leading industries to talk about what is the next hottest technology for manufacturing that we should focus an institute on. So that's how they picked these topics. Digital manufacturing was the second one. Lightweighting for metals. They've got all these different, the newest one, of course, it's not even announced yet, but it's going to be announced soon, is artificial intelligence for manufacturing specifically. And how can we use AI in manufacturing processes to notice defects, to do predictive maintenance, those kinds of things. AI is going to be a big thing in manufacturing. But look at those institutes. And I've been involved in a lot of these institutes since the beginning. And it seems like most of the academic members of these institutes are the major universities that have four-year engineering programs. There's no reason that state colleges, and forgive me if this is a passé term anymore, but community colleges couldn't join these institutes. If you have an interest in a particular advanced manufacturing technology area, there's money that's awarded for projects. And some of these projects, certainly you guys could absolutely participate in some of these projects. So some of the institutes require the minimum amount of money to become a member. Some of them, they just want to be involved. Like America Makes, for example, annual membership fee is $15,000, but most of our tier 3 members that would have that kind of level of dues, if you will, never pay us a penny. If you're involved, if you come to the meetings, send one representative to the meetings, you get credit for that. You get credit for your travel, you get credit for your participation, you get credit for having a sign at your place that says you're a member of America Makes. So it's easy to work off that amount so you don't have to pay anything. But it's a great opportunity to find out what is coming down the pike with some of these more advanced technology.
I was just gonna say one other thing, just following up on that, is that there are, and I know we talked about kind of what are some of the trends, but also some of where some of the things that are happening with Florida and growth. And so one of the things that's great about being in Florida is that Florida is one of, if not the fastest growing manufacturing state in the country right now. which is a wonderful thing, but that really means that the industry really needs workforce, and we already have a workforce challenge in terms of, a silver tsunami of retirements and so on, where a lot of the manufacturing workforce that we have within the state, quite frankly, are in their 40s and 50s, and we have kind of a gap between that and then the next generation. We really need to be building and growing that next generation of technical talent and technical, regardless of the organization, whether you're in a large organization or small organization. Many organizations across the state of Florida have that challenge. But the areas where we're really seeing growth, especially, are there's a lot of growth in microelectronics that's been driven by some of the AI stuff, by some of the CHIPS Act, some of the investments in reshoring that capability. You're seeing a lot of growth in medical devices. With COVID and everything else, the pandemic, we realize that there's a lot of need for our own sort of internal or domestic sources for a lot of our core pharmaceutical and medical equipment, and so there's been a great interest in investment in that. You're seeing growth there, and then obviously there's a lot happening in the aerospace. Florida's a big aerospace state, and so anything having to do with advanced materials, modeling and simulation, digital twins, all of those things are and continue to be extraordinarily important in terms of the industry mix that we have in Florida, and the types of folks that would be, I think, be very interested in engaging with each of you in programs and in engaging on those things. So, yeah.
So I guess I'm going to get the ball rolling on questions. You had mentioned, workforce reduction when he was saying that. So how do you think if we're going to bring manufacturing back, we got to get more automation. So how is that going to impact the workforce? Because we short now, but if we start heavily automating, we're going to reduce the need for the workforce, right? So how do you think that's going to play with what our demands and gaps right now?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's a nuanced story here, and I think that we may need fewer people in the types of things that they were doing before, but we're going to probably need, perhaps in many cases, as many people. They're just going to have slightly different skills, and I think that's also where all of you come into play. Is that upskilling and sort of focusing on mechatronics and robotics and the integration of those technologies, and having that sort of as a native part of someone's sort of skill set coming in the door is going to be a big asset actually for a lot of these companies, because they're having to deal with folks who have done it 30 years the other way and now are not really all that enthused about doing it a new way. But if we can kind of integrate those things, because there's a lot of I'm just thinking on the aerospace defense side, there's a lot of contract work that's coming to Florida where there's going to be, they are going to be hiring a bunch of people, whether those things are automated or not. They're going to need just bodies to manage projects. So.
Yeah, everyone loves to talk about how robotics and automation is going to replace workers, right? You hear it all the time. It's not going to replace workers. It's going to replace the need for a lot of unfilled positions. So Deloitte and the National Association of Manufacturers every year publishes a very comprehensive study on the needs for manufacturing in this country. And their projection for 2030 is there's going to be over 3 million jobs unfilled because we don't have people interested in these jobs anymore. So automation is the only other alternative. We've got to find a way to still make stuff. We're not going to have the amount of people that we used to in the past. People don't want to do some of the work anymore. So now that is changing. Wall Street Journal just did an article in the last month or so. They're calling the new generation. These are kids coming out of high school now, the tool belt generation, because people are starting to realize, no offense to the academicians in the room, but they're starting to realize that some of these more expensive four-year colleges that you graduate with $100,000 in debt, and you can't get a job because they didn't major in engineering technology, advanced manufacturing. They're starting to realize that. So you're going to see more and more younger people going into the trades because you can make a really good living in the trades. Plumbing, electrical work, welding, etc. So that's encouraging. even the Wall Street Journal's picking up that story, but automation is absolutely needed for what we're gonna have to do to get things made in this country.
Unfortunately, Target does its own in-house training. Huntsville, DC alone, there's several amateur pieces, skills bosses, and different pieces of equipment where you transition to automation and get trained on how to use the systems in-house. So when they build these DCs, they build these training centers inside. So unfortunately, Target is doing that, but fortunately they are, right? I say unfortunately because those students aren't coming to you. They're not enrolling in your classes, but they're upskilling within Target and moving up.
I got the ball rolling.
Talking about all the companies coming in are gonna be defense contractors. Now, what type of or restrictions do they put on those employees of yours? Because I know a lot of defense contractors, every employee in the company is a U.S. citizen. Does that still apply?
Either a U.S. citizen or a green card holder, you're gonna work on anything you have to do with government. Yeah, you have to be a U.S. citizen or a green card holder to work on anything that's characterized as, DoD sensitive information, which is why you have to have CMC compliance as well. That's one other thing. That one part. Well, the CMMC compliance issue is a company level thing. Okay, so if you're gonna be a welder or machinist at a defense company, you don't have to personally be compliant with CMMC, but the company has to be. But you do have to be either a U.S. citizen or a green card holder. If you're exposed to what's called technical data that's controlled by the DoD, so think about it. Your machinist on the floor that's running that CNC machine. He's looking at drawings. He's looking at work process sheets. That's data that's controlled. We're not allowed to show that data to anyone that doesn't have U.S. citizenship or green card without an export license. So that's why you have to be careful when you're dealing with DoD data.
Yeah, I know a lot of schools here are looking into semiconductor programs and courses. And I think there's some confusion because there's only really a couple of companies that will make semiconductors. So, maybe you all could talk more about some of the other areas that relate to semiconductor that we should be teaching perhaps in the future.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things about the semiconductor industry and Florida Semiconductor Institute is here, and thank you, Rosie, for being here, and she'll be talking later a little bit about what they're doing. But there's a lot of, I would say, semiconductor or microelectronic adjacent activities that are in Florida where the semiconductors, when you think about it, you think about these enormous factories that have just billions of dollars because you're trying to get every last bit of dust out of a facility, and then making sure, and then getting these little etchings down to literally nanometer tolerances, and it's just an enormous amount of capital investment that's involved, and an enormous amount of training involved to make sure that you're not screwing up that $300 million ASML system you just bought. So there's just the capital equipment involved is enormously expensive. But there's a lot of other things around that where, especially in Florida, we do a lot of what's called specialty packaging, where we will take the output from a fab, from a wafer facility, and actually put that and package that with some other interfaces and boards and things to be able to actually go into a guidance system or go into a medical device or go into something else. And that's where a lot of the Florida companies that are involved in this industry actually are residing. So there are certain things like understanding how to operate in a vacuum space, understanding how to operate in, a quasi, not as clean as a fab facility, but still a clean room environment. Those kinds of things, so those investments that your institutions are making are important, but I think also critically important, and that's where we as Florimates and Slate and others want to help, is making sure that you're engaging with the industry from the beginning in terms of what are the things that are actually gonna be helpful for them for the types of training that you are looking to be doing. So, you know, we've been working, and FSI has an advisory board as well, where we've been trying to get input from industry about, you know, what are the specific things that are going to be helpful. And we'd be happy to disseminate that with all of you as much as we can in terms of what specific things are they looking for in microelectronics. But there is a lot of interest, there is a lot of growth there, and there is, I think, a lot of opportunity.
I got a good one. What is so attractive about Florida for manufacturing to be growing and wanting to come here? What is it about Florida specifically that companies want to be here?
Yeah, so a couple of things. We have actually a little plug. We have a whole report that we did about this exact question, actually. And there's a QR code here. There's also cards in the back with the QR code. You can read about that. It talks all about the different elements of Florida manufacturing, talks about what brings manufacturing in case. And I think the key thing, or the initial thing, is simply that Florida is growing and Florida continues to grow. And so we've seen traditionally, when New York was growing back 100 years ago, New York manufacturing was growing because that's where the people were, that's where the workforce was, that's where the economic opportunities were, and so that's what happened. Well, that's happening in Florida now, where ever since World War II, Florida's been growing substantially, and then, you know, especially in the last 10, 15 years, Florida's been growing relative to the country. And so, you know, there's a good cohort of companies that are here, you know, because the workforce is here and because also their customers are here. And so that's a big part of the story. Another big part of the story is that we have, you know, such a significant presence in the military, of the military. I mean, we're in Okaloosa County, you know, Eglin Air Force Base, Roebuck Field. We're talking about 3/4 of the economy in this county is military. You know, that's an enormous customer for a lot of manufacturing. You know, a lot of manufacturing that we have traditionally had for the defense industry has had to be in the US. And so they try to be closer to their customers. And so we're seeing a lot of growth there too. You know, there are other reasons as well, but those are.
I guess also having an educated workforce helps too.
Yes. It's hard after lunch.
This actually is along the workforce part. So a lot of us in the room are kind of on the tech college, state college level, but some of us at the table that are thinking about the K-12 into the 20 area, and FSU Inspire, one of the things we'll be talking about tomorrow, is really that pipelining and how are we going to get the kids into this. And so I guess my question is more of if you could set up or help create a course or things that kids in the K-12 realm would either do or take, or I don't want to say mandate because that's a bad word sometimes, but what would you guys like to see? Either one, because you've been through school, two, you have your own kids or grandkids or whatever going through, or nieces or nephews, that kind of retrospective, I wish this is what the schools were doing so that we can try to make that happen.
So I went to high school 50 years ago, junior high and longer than that. And I still remember a couple of my favorite classes were called shop class, right? Where I learned how to run a bandsaw and a drill press and a TIG welder. You know, I mean, that was really cool stuff that, you know, we got exposed to. Of course, then most schools did away with all that. I would love to see some of that brought back and supplemented with some of the newer things. You know, 3D printing is pretty cool stuff. And I think when kids get exposed to it, they also think it's pretty cool stuff. And I'm a big advocate of polymer 3D printing. That's the kind of printer you can buy at Home Depot for less than $1,000. It uses fishing line filament, right? And you can make all kinds of things that kids love. Even elementary school kids make little gadgets that they love, right? And you can buy these printers now for not much money. There's no reason that all the schools couldn't have 3D printers in 3D, in polymer 3D printing specifically is getting better and better and better. You know, it used to only be used for rapid prototyping. So engineers could hold the actual design in their hand and visualize it better, right? That's not the case anymore. You know, this company, okay, they're a company in China, but nevertheless, they are flooding the market here in the United States with bamboo printers. Bamboo printers are such high quality printers for like $2,000. And you're going to see more and more companies buying these kinds of printers today for production. And you're going to see more and more parts made out of polymers and composites that are going to replace a lot of other things. So get the kids exposed to 3D printing, get them exposed to cobots, you know, a simple cobot arm that looks basically like a person's arm that can do this repetitive motion stuff, you know, and never get tired. Get them exposed to one of those. They're not that expensive either. But I would still encourage you to get them exposed to a drill press, you know, bandsaw, make sure you practice safety.
So I graduated high school 30 years ago. I don't like that old. I agree. 3D printing, right? I have a 3D printer, and I needed to solve a problem at home. Building something, and I was like, let me just 3D print it. And I 3D printed it, right? It was super fun. One of my, and I know he hates this, but Trenton was my 9th grader, and he joined my SolidWorks class. And from that, now he's a faculty member in the engineering department here, right? So that was the spark for him in that SolidWorks. And Trenton was one of my best students when it came to SolidWorks. Like, he was doing things that I couldn't teach, and I was like, just go, right? So where did he go? All the way almost in college a little bit too. But talking to my son now, who's 25, and you asked this question, what should you be teaching? He goes, Dad, I wish they taught me how to balance my checkbook, or how to file for an insurance when I get into a car accident. You know, just basic life skills, because he'll tell you that. I don't know anything about anything, so I need to learn about life. So that's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm sort of in it. I have a 14-year-old son and an 11-year-old daughter. And I mean, they get a lot of different things at school, but they don't get much engagement with this kind of thing, and they don't get much engagement with basic life skills either. It's a lot of academics and a lot of like training for, you know, what test is coming up next week and all that. And it's unfortunate because my son is really, really, really into cars. And so we were using that and like trying to get him engaged in some other things, and, you know, we're doing some 3D printing or getting him in, you know, get outside of school, getting his hands dirty. He's loving it, but it's not coming from school. And it's really unfortunate that, you know, they're even in his middle school right now, there's not really that opportunity, because they got rid of that probably 20 years ago, you know, and it's unfortunate, but it is the reality of the situation. So, right, how do we get that back? How do we get that engaged? How do we get these kids to, you know, really, like, it just turns them on and you can see the light on in their head. Like, we gotta feed that somehow.
Yeah, I think for us at the college level, I think we can take a student in. I know in my area, I'm kind of lucky. We got a high school to, you know, junior high, to multiple high schools with technical programs in Marion County. But you go to the next county over in Levy, they have 0. Go to the next county, 1, maybe 2. We're trying to get involved with them as much as we can to get them up to speed. Remember, there's a lot of battles we're fighting financially, so we're looking for rural grants, we're looking for that, but there's no money coming from the state or the federal government to do this. So it's going to take local companies to help us build that. If they want the workforce, they got to get involved. So we're trying to get our manufacturing association involved to help these people do it. So our manufacturing association, and I know the one in Daytona does the same thing, they do fundraising and try to get money for these schools to ask. And I go out and beg them to ask for money because they don't realize they can get the money. And, well, how about 100? I said, how about $1,000? What can you do with $1,000? They go, oh yeah, I could do this. Well, let's do it, you know, and then get them involved. So we as instructors and manufacturing associations and automates are pushing to let them know there is
funds available, you just gotta go out and find them and work with them and try to help them build some stuff. Build that pathway from kindergarten. Because if you don't hit the young girls before they hit sixth grade, you don't put them in STEM, they're not gonna go into STEM. So you gotta hit boys before they hit ninth grade. You gotta get them involved in STEM before, otherwise they're not gonna go in STEM. And that's the kind of thing. So I like the idea of going back to the industrial arts in the junior high. That's a big one for me, because that's where I started learning how to use equipment too. Matter of fact, when you said that, it reminded me, I did the same thing.
This might be more for Dean and Mike, but you know, you brought up the new AI for Manufacturing Institute, which hasn't been, I guess, no one's won the contract or anything. How much do you guys know about?
We don't know if anybody won it. This hasn't been announced.
Oh, okay. How much do you know about it, and like what kind of things can we think about ways to participate in that?
Yeah, so there's I think 3 remaining teams that are competing for it. You know, Mike Molnar, who's at Department of Commerce, who oversees all the institutes, just told me that they are going to go forward with the award, because that was a big question whether it was going to be canceled with all the other things being canceled. So soon, and as soon as it's announced, I'd be happy to share whatever I can about the winning team. And there's going to be opportunities for any school to become a member, like they can at any of the current 17 or 18, whatever it is now, manufacturing USA institutes. You can become a member, you can get involved, and at least you get exposed to what's the hottest manufacturing topic out there and where is it going. And so you can bring some of that back into your curriculum, maybe, right? But there's also opportunities for money. You know, I know so many academicians from major universities who do these research projects, and I realize that might be a lot harder for community colleges that don't have 4-year degree engineer undergrads. But a lot of these projects, you could definitely join a team and be part of a team and get exposed to some of these things. So more to follow on that particular institute, but the other ones that are already out there, you know, there's opportunities for them.
One thing I wanted to tell you is, in fact, you're talking about getting students engaged in Florida. Florida is the second largest in the United States for the Technology Student Association. In Florida alone, we have over 60,000 high school and middle school students that belong to TSA. And I tell you, those kids are amazing. If you ever get a chance to see a TSA competition, you should come out and participate. Because again, it's amazing to see these kids. When you think about 60,000, that's a lot of middle school and high school students. Every one of them are, pardon my French, but they're all nerds. Yeah. And let me tell you, these kids are going to MIT, these kids are going to Georgia Tech, these kids are going all over the United States to some of the best schools in the United States.
Another question? I about run out of them.
So from your perspective, everybody in this room is really working hard to get skills lined up and certifications lined up for our students to really give them opportunities. However, we want to make sure those are matched with employer needs. So you see trends on what those are. And example from my past, I worked for a manufacturing company. They didn't value the CPT certification, absolutely didn't care for it. And so my employees didn't seek it, didn't see the professional development in it, wasn't valued in it. However, that could also be looked at from an employer perspective that maybe they're overqualified certifications. Do you have any suggestions or trends that you see with partnerships you're building?
I'd like to start first, if you don't mind. Problem is we do the MSSC CPT at our school, and there's nobody who really adheres to it. I'll tell you what I did with it. I went to employers and say, this is a great pre-apprentice plan. They have these skills. That gives you the basic skills to go into manufacturing. Hire them in as an entry level if they have these certifications. And we're producing dozens of them. So you got dozens of potential employees right there that you can bring in and then train them to what you do. Because this company does things different than this company. So if you get them young and you get them with that coming in,
That's the key behind that. So any micro credential or anything they get, that's the way I approach it with my companies. I said, you want an apprentice? Get one that has this because they've accomplished all this. That's kind of what I did.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Sam just highlighted. I mean, you know, and you're right. Different companies have different perceptions of these various certifications. Some of them are really invested in them, and some of them aren't. I won't name names, but I mean, we worked with very, very large employers that don't want to talk to anybody that doesn't have a certification. We talked to very small companies that are like, oh, that's all. I train everybody anyway, and then so it's all across the board, and I think part of that also is we as an industry need to continue to communicate what are the actual skills that are being transferred through these various programs or certifications, and help raise the awareness of that. Because quite frankly, your typical director of operations of a small manufacturer has 1,500 things on his mind, and the certification of this person coming in the door is not one of them. So they're just trying to get all these different aspects of their day-to-day business done, and so that's one of the challenges I think we all have is manufacturing can sometimes be very hard to get significant sustained feedback from, because the folks are just so busy that unless they themselves personally have a real vested interest in making sure that they continue that dialogue, they just get busy and get on to other things. But that's also, I think, on us to communicate to them the importance of paying attention and engaging on this overall.
Yeah, I would put less focus on certifications and more focus on getting them some experience. So if I were interviewing a young person that just finished an engineering technology program, I would ask them, were you exposed to cobots? Were you exposed to AR, VR? Were you exposed to IoT edge devices? Were you exposed to 3D printing? How many of those exposures can lead to, oh, you've got some knowledge that most of my workforce doesn't have yet? Great. I think every new employee wants to impress their boss, right? And for a lot of your students, I would imagine, are going into small, medium manufacturing companies. Very few of them are going into Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, and Raytheon. Usually those large corporations are hiring 4-year engineering graduates. But the 2-year engineering technology graduates, they might not know how to do differential equations, but they know how to program a robot. They know how to set up an IoT edge device and get data off the machine, which is, to me, the very first step of smart manufacturing. You've got to get the data off the machines. If they've been exposed to those things and have skills, man, they're going to get hired.
I don't hire anybody. Okay, one more thing I'm going to tell you too is that I tell my students all the time, you go get your 4-year degree, but if they hire one out of UF, UCF, USF, I don't care where they hire them from, they haven't come through or was a technician of some type or had a skill beforehand, they don't know what they're doing. They're going to walk out designing by the seat of their pants a car that they've never laid their hand on. They don't know how anything goes together in a car yet. They're designing engines. And I'm looking at that going like, what? Or electrical engineers design circuits but couldn't put 2 wires together and make anything work. That's why we have all these recalls and things like that, because they don't have the understanding knowledge and they're not pulling the right people in to talk to them. I love the students who come in and say, I want to be just like Elon Musk. I want to build rockets and build electric cars. And the first thing I say to them is, he hasn't built a thing. They go, what? I said, no, he gave the money and was the idea man. He hired thousands of engineers to do that. It wasn't one man doing it. It was a team of people. And if you're going to go work for a guy like that, you're going to work as one of those team members. You need to understand your role in that aspect. They have these high in the pie ideas that they're going to be designing and building a rocket from ground up and it's going to go to the moon. And that's not what's going to happen. And we have to be realistic with them when they come in to understand that you got to get all these skills before you can go do this, And so you're going to build it at our programs, the skills. We teach not only the theory, but we teach the skill that goes with the theory. Where if you go to a university straight from high school, there's no labs. They don't offer labs. They don't do anything. I was in UF in my mechanical engineering course on machine design. I said, when am I going to go down and measure that Hemi engine you got in the basement? My professor looked at me and says, you're doing it right there on pencil and paper, and walked out. That was the extent of my labs in my entire career. If I had been a technician
before I was an engineer, I would have never known how to do anything. So, I mean, that's just the kind of thing that you gotta look at. So now companies are changing their goals to exactly what Dean's saying. They're looking for the skill sets, not necessarily the degree. So a lot of my companies that were hiring 4-year engineers quit hiring 4 engineers, hiring my 2 engineers, 2-year engineers, putting them in that position and sending them to get their 4-year. And training and working with other engineers in there until they get up, because they know more, they can do more. They have the skills to go down there on the floor, understand what's going on. And the only thing the credentials are doing for you is saying, I was properly trained to do this. That's what your degree says. I was properly trained and I know how to do this. Versus somebody who comes in and says, I have 10 years of this, but no credentials. And that's the only difference between them. And so the thing you got to look at is use it as a tool to say, hey, he's been trained in this, take him on as an apprentice, start him at level 0, let him work his way up and then see how well he works. That's what I did with mine, and now they're all design engineers and everything. So we got one more question, and then we got to move on, right? Yep. Oh, did I? Yeah. And I think I don't mind having a degree engineer, but if they have no hands-on, what use are they? To me, none. I've had to go back to all my junior engineers when I was in manufacturing and hold their little hand to do something. So that was it. All right, we're about to go take our tour, so we're going to get Daniel Garrett up here. He's going to guide us through the wonderland of North Florida. But thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you guys, all the information. If you have any more questions, come up and ask.
Okay, so we're gonna take a tour around our facilities. We have about 3 buildings we're spread out in, so it'll be a little bit of a hike. We have 2 golf carts with a total of 10 seats. So if you need to ride with us, Tyler over there and myself will be driving golf carts, and Mr. Trenton Palucci here will be doing the walking tour. We'll be passing each other, doing our little one-on-one tours.
Yes.
I want to say yes.
Yeah, some of us will leave our stuff here. I think it'll be okay. If it gets stolen.
Right, I got you.
Daniel said he personally will replace anything that gets stolen. All right, we're gonna be back in about 30 minutes or so. So these folks online can take a break.
Hey, my name is Daniel Garrett. I'm here at the electronics classroom of the Engineering Technology Department here at Northwest Florida State College. We learn lots of fun and interesting things about electricity in this program, from how basic electric circuits work, how the power flows through them. We talk about direct current, alternating current. We even go on to how diodes and transistors work to make the computer systems that we all use around us. In this department, you're going to get lots of hands-on training. We're going to use things like multimeters, oscilloscopes, and really nice equipment from National Instruments so that you're going to actually build the circuits, not just read about them in a book. In the electronics specialization, you'll get detailed classes on how diodes work. They're really the current controllers of the circuit. You can see there's lots of different ways we can hook them up. We're going to learn to analyze those circuits so that you can use them effective in your future careers. Here we are in another one of the engineering technology labs with lots of really interesting things to train you on. So this is a Fanuc robot trainer. Here we're simulating real manufacturing environments. I can run a program, for instance, that takes the individual components here and stacks them into a single unit. In the mechanical specialization, one of the key things you're going to learn about is hydraulics. You're going to learn to hook up all of the wires yourself so that the oil moves through the circuit and does what you intend for it to do. For instance, I've hooked up a simple circuit here to move this cylinder. Electrical components act differently whether we have direct current or alternating current going across them. Here I've hooked up a solenoid, which is just a simple coil of wires, and we can see that it's causing a phase shift in our circuit because the inductor is resisting current changes. Come check us out here at the Northwest Florida State College Engineering Department, and we will help train you for your next high-tech career.
Okay, I think we got a little little bit behind that tour, but it was a great tour. I'm gonna give it one more minute. And what we're gonna do, instead of having our vendor sponsors come up in the front, I'm just gonna pass the microphone around so everybody can just talk for a couple of minutes about what they do and, what's important to educators. You guys wanna go first or wanna go last? Okay. Hey, if I could get everybody's attention, please, if you'd face the back of the room. Okay, we're gonna start off with Blake at SMC.
How's everybody doing? Blake with SMC. Good to see everybody here. We got a lot of exciting stuff going on. I hope a lot of you guys got to see our trainer downstairs, and we have our new AIT coming out, the artificial intelligence trainer. So I would explain it to y'all. I'm still learning a little bit, cutting edge stuff, and then I'll everything that SMC's been working on, throughout the United States.
How's everybody doing? Again, my name is Jeff Stieber. I'm actually with SMC. What you
Stairs and on the table is our educational division, which is SMC International Training. We're housed in Spain, northern Spain. So we cover the whole global market from there. For those who don't know, SMC is the world's largest manufacturer of automation components for industry. So we're about a $6 billion corporation. That said, we really have a good pulse on what industry needs. So everything that we build, we do it a little differently when we design and manufacture a system. It's not from the standpoint of education. It's actually from the standpoint of industry. So that's why we do things a little differently. If it's not referenced in industry, we won't build it. And so that's really what kind of the direction we're taking from industry. So not only do we work with the colleges, but Intel uses our equipment for training. Kia Motors, Ford, Mercedes-Benz, Boeing, Cummins Turbo Diesel down in South Carolina uses our systems. So that kind of gives you an idea that they're using our systems because it replicates what they're doing in their plants. So the thought is that obviously that carries over into education, so that again, what the students are looking at and what they're getting exposed to is going to be the exact same thing when they get in the field. And of course, everything's SMC, so because of that, when they get into the field, they're going to see SMC components and products on all the various, automation pieces of equipment out there. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask during the day.
Steve Sircone with Bluegrass Educational and Connected Engineering. So just a few new things we've got going on is with Roots Education, they do have their CAPE certification robotic car approved for the CAPE list now. We're also highlighting Z-Space as we always do. A lot of new applications on that. Very heavily with Festo into the semiconductor. They have a new semiconductor training system that they just recently came out with. We're also doing stuff with with robotics, with ABB still, and a number of different robotics companies, especially medical robotics, if you have anything in that area. Connected Engineering, what we do there is we basically provide mobile education labs, and then we put this equipment into it, or whatever your specs are for equipment that can go into a mobile education lab on it. I'm gonna hand it over to Anthony.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Anthony Hatley. I'm with Festo Didactic. I reside in Gainesville, Florida. I've been with Festo now 6 years, with Didactic, our educational side, for about 2.5 years. Most of my career has been in automation sales. So I've sold Schneider Squaredy, Allen Bradley Rockwell, some Siemens and some GE. A little bit about Festo. We're celebrating 100 years of manufacturing electrical automation products and actuators. We've been in the education business since about 1976 with the acquisition of LabVolt in 2014. We have a distribution point in Mason, Ohio. We have a production facility in Quebec, Canada, and offices in Long Island, and then also in Eatontown, New Jersey. So we're obviously proud to partner with Bluegrass Technologies here in the Florida region. And also we have a location by the name of Fabco Air in Gainesville, Florida, which does pancake style actuators and cylinders. So definitely proud to be here and open to talk to anyone. Thank you.
Carter Severinson with EMAC. I'll keep mine pretty short because we're actually presenting next. My colleague Adam will be presenting. But EMAC, so we are a workforce development program funded by the Department of Defense. So what we do is that we are connecting academia, industry, and local government programs, organizations, for services throughout the country, just to better align training for the workforce to go into industry in the electronics manufacturing industry. And that is developing or innovating curriculum, creating career opportunities, internships, co-ops, direct placements. So as we're working with all three, just making sure that the training is there, people are being taught the right things, and then making sure that they have opportunities. But again, Adam will be speaking here in a couple of minutes whenever we're finished, and they'll learn a lot more. But if you guys have any questions, afterwards, please come up. We're more than happy to answer this.
Hey, I'm Carl Latini with Learning Labs, been with them for 22 years. We probably represent 30 different manufacturers for various CTE products.
Hey, I'm Harold with Learning Labs. We're a mom and pop company out of North Georgia, been in business since 1967. With us, we sell it, we install it, we service it. We take care of everything from start to finish. We have everything product-wise from aviation to welding, everything in between. My office is in Jacksonville. Our technician lives in Jacksonville also. He's my son, lives 2 doors down from me. So I have a little control over what he does for a living. So if you need anything, give us a holler. We're glad to come visit you and take care of any needs that you have. Thanks.
My name is Mike Leary with Dassault Systems SolidWorks. Many of you I know have been teaching SolidWorks for a while. I just have one message. Make sure you leverage the certification vouchers that we've given you for free, which is of course part of the CAPE. So if you don't know about that, please talk to me. Other things that you may not know about Dassault Systems is we are the largest software engineering company in the world. We too are about a $6 billion company. So like planes, trains, automobiles, that's us too. Products like CATIA. Most of the automobile industry and the aeronautical industry uses those products and many others. We actually get into life sciences as well. So like during COVID, you might have heard of a company that does a lot of the Moderna in particular was using software from us called for metadata. It's not like meta like Facebook type stuff, but so it's pretty amazing where we really reach out. So SolidWorks is just one brand of many others. And then from the industry side of things, I heard the panel earlier, and going back to the point that was made is industry is coming to us. And yeah, the degree doesn't matter anymore. It's about what have you done when you were at school. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Chris Shear with Technical Training Aids. I'm the vice president. I've been here for 15 years. Yeah, that way. Oh, yeah, you're right. Been in business since 1963 and yeah, keep going out to learn. But we specialize in curriculum development as far as putting curriculum with training systems to get your hands-on skills. We mostly concentrate in the hands-on skills areas. And so we concentrate obviously in CTAE, advanced manufacturing. We do cybersecurity, all of those types of things. We've also done a lot of innovative projects. We've done 13 mobile studios. So those are full 53 footers with slides. Must be something on me. But we've done anything from welding to carpentry to STEM to fully advanced manufacturing. And what those give you the ability to do is be able to put in a program instead of having a new building built, which is going to take years and years to get approved, get the money for it. Maybe you're lucky it's 15+ million to get an expansion. And we can put in, mobile studio for $1 million or under that you have up and running immediately. And so that's been a big draw. And that's why we've done 13 just in the past 3 years. So been super popular, but just come and see us with anything that, in those needs. Thanks. I'll try to move up here and see if that helps the squelch. Travis Kuhn, president of Technical Training Aids. I know there's a lot of names or a lot of dates, 67, 57, we're kind of between that 1963. So I joined the company back in January of 2014, been in the education technology space for 30 years as of this August. So super excited to be here. I help support Keith, Chris, the rest of our team that covers 10 states here in the Southeast. I'll turn it over to Keith.
I'm Keith Edwards with Technical Training Aids. I've been with Technical Training Aids now about 4 years. I cover the part of the state that goes from Jacksonville all the way down to the Keys, all the way over to Tallahassee, and Chris covers from Tallahassee to the rest of the Panhandle. Pretty much you heard what we said. We can provide solutions for you in the CTE, CTA space. So please take time to stop by and talk to us because we're here to be a resource for you. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you taking the time to listen to me.
Hey everybody, I'm Ron Jager, president of the DC Jager Corporation. I feel like the old man in the group. This is my 38th year in this business. And our company, as Travis mentioned, was founded in 1957 by my dad. And we have the honor of passing it down to our two sons who are employed with us full time. So I'm here with Mark Gaudio, who covers the Tampa Bay region and south of there. And we're a small team, family business of 6 people full-time that help service and support the colleges and school districts that we partnered with for workforce training. We employ 2 full-time service technicians just here in the state of Florida. So as you saw here in the lab here today, we take very good care of our customers. You need us, we call us, we're there, we show up. If you don't want us, we still show up and say hi. So that's kind of nature of what we do. So we're very much in the service and support area. We respect the jobs that you have to do as professional educators and turning out the skilled workforce of tomorrow. So everything we try to do enables your instructors yourselves to do a better job and do this more effectively. So we represent a number of different companies. One primarily is Amatrol. I've seen one of the trainers there and we saw a few of the labs. Amatrol is involved in a lot of things on a national and worldwide basis. Industry 4.0 is certainly one of those that has really rose in prominence very much recently. Amatrol also has partnered with a number of the third-party certified agencies, and I think this is an important point. Like MSSC, the CPT, we do a logistics and supply chain automation credential, and also SACA, the Smart Automation Certification Alliance, which is also on CAPE and Master Credential list. It's coming out, they've already come out with advanced manufacturing, micro credentials and credentials, as well as process control, and now they're working on semiconductor. So we have to have that rolled out here in the next couple of years. Of course, SACA has partnered with FSI out of Gainesville on that initiative, and they're working very closely with them. So I know we're waiting for the next presentation, so we're here if anybody has any questions. Thanks, David.
Thank you. Let's give all these guys a big round of applause. We're able to eat today because of these guys, so you gotta pay them back now, so gotta buy some equipment, right? All right, before we go on to Adam Lee, we're gonna go talk about a couple of announcements. I think we're gonna make sure that you have signed in every day you come in. If you're coming in tomorrow, make sure you sign in. If you have not signed in, you need to make that happen. Also, I think Daniele will be going around and giving you some updates. She wants to do some updates on your program. So if you made any changes or anything in your program, I know I got a couple I've got to do. And so when she turns that around, that's what we're gonna do. Also, 6:30 tonight, it's we're having a group dinner, Planet Brewing Company in Knoxville.
Third Planet.
Third Planet, sorry, it's the Third Planet, okay. Yep, Third Planet Brewing Company. It's on your own, you're gonna come on in. It's here in Niceville, so you don't have to travel too far to get to it.
Singo bingo tonight.
Huh?
Singo bingo.
Bingo?
Yes.
Bingo?
Singo bingo. You don't have to sing, but that's what they're doing there.
You can.
So you could just watch.
Okay.
Not quite. This is a brewery. This is a brewery.
So at any rate, we're gonna go there tonight, and that's gonna be at 6:30, so meet us there. And then we will turn it over to Adam. Is he up here? Where's he at? Oh, way up here. All right, everybody turn around, look the other way.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Adam Lee. I am with EMAC, the Electronic Manufacturing and Assembly Collaborative. Before I get into introducing EMAC and our workforce development efforts, I'd like to just let you guys know a little bit about myself. I actually joined EMAC a little bit over 2 months ago. Before that, I was actually a manufacturing and quality engineer, primarily in the aerospace and defense industry. So I worked at General Dynamics, and a circuit card assembly plant, as well as a brushless DC motor plant. And that's really where most of my experience, but it's also where my passion and interest in what EMAC is doing is drove me to this position. But getting back to EMAC, like I mentioned, EMAC stands for the Electronic Manufacturing and Assembly Collaborative. We are an initiative that focuses on strengthening the electronic manufacturing sector by providing career and educational resources, but also collaborating with academia, industry, and government on building these partnerships and strengthening the sector. One thing to keep in mind is EMAC, we are fully funded by the Department of Defense Industrial Base and Analysis Sustainment Program. EMAC is also proudly supported by the SMTA, Surface Mount Technology Association. So this is a nonprofit organization. It's approximately over 6,000 members globally. And these are professionals in this industry where they come together to share knowledge, exchange skill sets, and basically support this industry. There are 6,000 members spread across 30 global chapters. In the state of Florida, we have a Tampa and a Space Coast chapter, and we recently started a student chapter in the University of South Florida. These chapters consist of an officer team that organize and spread knowledge and share information, but they also attend our Surface Mount Technology Association events throughout the year. The unique part of the student chapter is they have support from a faculty advisor. Probably wondering why EMAC exists. The Semiconductor Industry Association, a couple of years ago, they identified about 60,000 plus semiconductor and electronic job shortages by the year 2030. This is caused by the growth of this industry, but also with that CHIPS Act that's being enacted. EMAC was established to address this workforce shortage, but also maintain that America is a leader in advanced electronics. This number is probably only increasing in the last few months, obviously with the recent news. So recently Trump announced 100% tariffs on imported chips and semiconductors. You've probably already seen businesses in America like Apple are investing back into their American manufacturing and education in America. So for example, Apple actually opened up an education academy with Michigan State University. They've also partnered up with some domestic manufacturers like Corning, Texas Instruments to produce the components in America instead of overseas. A few things to keep in mind why this is important. You know, one thing that we're seeing is a large decline in the education in this industry. A lot of companies are actually having to invest in in-house training. I speak from this firsthand. When I was at General Dynamics, if you could fasten a screw into a board, we're gonna bring you on and then we have to teach you ourselves or hire a third-party accreditation source to get you to that qualified state. You're going to lose a lot of disadvantages with that, right? Come from business expenses, having to use their costs to get employees up to a competent state. But there's also a loss of transferable skills, right? Not as many cross-functional training capabilities, and then also you're kind of siloed into that one skill set that you've been developed. Another thing to keep in mind is the amount of STEM graduates that are coming into this industry. So although Western countries like America have grown the amount of their STEM graduates by about up to 500% in the last few years, the bigger picture is this pales in comparisons to some of these emerging countries that you're talking about, China and India, where they're doing the production, right? America, we innovate here, but a lot of the production is happening elsewhere, and we need to flip that script. One thing that I've experienced firsthand in this industry is 1 of every 5 semiconductor workers in this field don't actually have secondary education. So a lot of these people, they stay in these roles and they build that experience and tribal knowledge, but they're kind of stuck doing that. They don't really have that education to have that hard and soft skills to be able to expand their skill set and be able to help the business in other facets. One thing that I noticed and experienced is a lot of my mentors, a lot of my leaderships, they've started as machine operators, technicians, and they moved into a quality director, a production manager, an operations supervisor, right? So there's certainly a lot of growth and career pathways in this industry once you're in there and once you build that skill set and your accomplishments. And then the last thing that's worth pointing out is the average age of this industry. So over 70% of the people in semiconductor and electronic jobs are over the age of 35. And one of the reasons I actually became an engineer was because I identified a lot of the engineers, and not only in this industry, but across our baby boomers. So, you know, they're looking to retire in the short term. And I saw that as an opportunity for me to get great growth opportunity, good job placement, and good job security as well. So I want to kind of get into how EMAC operates in order to solve this problem. We are built on 3 foundational pillars. Our first pillar is the Industry Hub Collaborative Program. You know, that's where we essentially facilitate regional hubs across the country, where we partner with the academia, with industry and government, and build up the workforce in each of these regions. So one good example of how we partnered up with academia is the curriculum or course development that we're capable of doing. So with UC San Diego, for example, there's many circuit board assemblies and manufacturers in the area, but they needed to get people that knew how to design circuit boards, use, implement, or install semiconductor SMT components on there, and then actually be able to go in a manufacturing plant and know the operations, how to utilize the equipment. So what we were able to do is create a design and fabrication course that actually is applicable to their higher level engineering programs. In this case, antenna and radio frequency engineering programs. The great thing about this course is this is teaching students the overall aspect of PCB design in this case. So they're going to learn how to do schematic drawings and then turn that into manufacturing ready documentation. I'm talking Gerber files to bill of materials to operational work order sheets, right? How do you take that image on a computer screen and put it onto a floor and actually have a technician implement this and actually build something to scale? This is also a great opportunity, great course for the students on that region because they're getting hands-on experience with real industry standard tools. So we were actually able to partner up with the business Altium. They're a design software, and we were actually able to set it up for them to provide this design software to the students while they're getting through their course. So this was a great example of how we brought academia and industry together, created that hands-on learning for students by using real tools for them to get in this field with a skill set. Another example that I like to point out is what we got done with South Dakota State University. In this case, there's local businesses, for example, Daktronics, they manufacture LCD screens, TVs, sorts of things like that, but they were already dealing with the workforce shortage. With the programs and opportunities they had coming up, they didn't have people that could do their work. And number one rule in manufacturing is you can't afford to stop your line. And that's exactly the challenge they had. So they actually partnered up with ourselves, EMAC, and South Dakota State, and we actually developed a more formal certificate, something that was a little longer, more encompassing than just a course add-on. But at the end of this 18-month program, they were able to hire these students, graduates, and actually get them into little higher roles than just your standard technician. Great thing about this program is students learn lean manufacturing principles, right? How do you reduce waste? How do you make decisions that's going to interest or make decisions for the best interest of your customer? They learn production strategies, right? What are the materials? What are the equipment that you're going to use in the production of these type of products? And then lastly, they were taught quality management, statistical controls, things that you need to know when you're working on manufacturing. You've got KPIs and data points to hit. Another thing that was awesome that we worked with was Daktronics. With their manufacturing facility, we actually worked out a process where they were actually shut down the facility for days out of the week, actually allow the students to go into their facility and use their lab equipment in order to complete their lab projects. So another great example of how are they getting that hands-on learning. Here's kind of a quick map view of some of the curriculum development we've done with schools across the country. You know, one thing that's worth noting out is every region has different needs. So if you look at California, where they have a lot of assembly, fabrication, design businesses, they needed that education for the students, right? How do you design? How do you go into a manufacturing plant and actually execute? Compared to a school, Australian Mountain Community College in Arizona, where there had a lot of that existing, but the students didn't really know the hands-on nuance of soldering, right? So we're actually in development of a soldering course. How do you solder a joint? How do you inspect to make sure it's compliant? How do you rework it and make sure that it meets the workmanship requirements? So our capability is extremely flexible. It all comes down to what the industry needs in each of the different regions. Our pillar 2 objective here for EMAC is our training programs and educational content. And that's really where we focus on how we provide students that hands-on learning experience. A great example at the moment is our SMTA international competition. It's called the Bright Manufacturing Challenge. It's a team-based competition over 4 rounds. First round is the design competition, where students across different universities across the country are actually doing the design of a PCB, which is essentially the brain of your robot. That round actually recently concluded. Our round 1 winners were 5 students from the University of Minnesota. In this case, they won a $1,000 check prize. I know you guys are all aware, $1,000 amongst 5 college students goes a long way when you're broke. But once that round concluded, we moved into round 2, which is your fabrication round. This is where they're learning how to implement DFM, design for manufacturing principles, right? How do you cut the waste out and actually turn your design into something that's scalable in production? Eventually, by the time October comes around, is our SMTA International Conference in Chicago this year. They'll all come to this event and actually complete round 3, which is their assembly round. They're actually going to assemble the robots, do some troubleshooting, doing some solder work, and then testing the functionality. The judges in this round 3 are gonna look at that solder workmanship. They're gonna look at how they debug their printed circuit board and actually make it operational. And then this entire competition concludes in round 4, which is their competition round. Our finalist teams are all gonna compete their robots on a custom-made track, and then race their robots autonomously in the shortest amount of time. Ultimately, the winner is going to get recognition, resume builders, and then another grand prize in the form of a check. And then also one other way we do hands-on learning is through educational workshops, right? How do we get students engaged into this industry? And we can do that by partnering up with the industries and getting exposure for these students. So in this case, we partnered up with Madison Area Technical College out in Wisconsin, alongside our industry professionals from our Wisconsin chapter in the SMTA. And we hosted this 1-day event where these industry professionals gave seminars, presentations to the students. Eventually, the students got to go around in a room very much like this and get their hands on with the equipment, doing demonstrations, learning how to run and execute a solder paste machine to a pick and place, and also doing some testing in circuit, probe testing, right? Actually feeling the equipment and seeing things getting done. And then we also integrated a small student challenge where they actually got to do some hand soldering and see a board light up. There's actually just a short video that just highlights that day. It'll play.
You want to see them? Yeah, no, you haven't seen it.
Okay. Well, I gave a good summary.
Do you need to do it on her?
No, it's driving.
It's driving.
You see anything different? Yes, there's another link.
Here's a similar map view of the different industry engagement we've had. You know, like I mentioned, a lot of the courses that we developed in California, we partnered up with Altium, the PCB designer software, to be able to provide that industry tool for all the college courses for them to get through the design portions of those courses. Another example I'd like to highlight is with a small mom and pop assembly business in North Carolina. So they recently upgraded their automation equipment, and we were able to partner up with Central Carolina Community College to actually facilitate the donation of the equipment, so then that school can actually start a curriculum out in that area, once they saw that there's an opportunity to inherit some scale production equipment. So there's the engagement, there's the industry partnership for academia, but then, like I mentioned, workshops, events, table discussions is really a lot of effective tools that we get students engaged and interested in this field. And then our last pillar of how EMAC is solving this workforce challenge is our online industry resource directory. It's essentially an online platform that's going to allow people to get training content, find career opportunities, and really connect with industry. At the moment, this online resource directory, which is electronicsworkforce.com, is mostly informative, but actually in the next month or two, we are launching our internship portal. So you can see in kind of this little pilot view here, this portal is going to be a great tool for employers to be able to post their internships and co-op opportunities. Students will be able to create profiles to be able to express their interests and be able to have exposure to these opportunities. And then also academia, for schools to be able to show their electronic manufacturing technology programs, basically a centralized location for people to really understand the opportunities, the career in electronics manufacturing.
Can you repeat the name of it?
Electronicsworkforce.com. It's a lot simpler than electronic manufacturing assembly collaborative.com. So we had to think that one through. So like you guys have seen in these slides here, EMAC is extremely flexible in how we operate. Our ultimate goal is how do we grow this electronic manufacturing workforce? You can see how we partner up with schools. We've identified the needs in different regions to be able to create curriculum that fits this industry. We partner out with industry here, starting by student engagement, right? Doing workshops, facility tours, getting them interested in this field, and then bringing it to the next step by doing internships and co-ops, and ultimately turning that into job placements and career growth in this industry. And we want to be able to just promote this industry as well. Career panels, network events, industry awareness, with the news and how the economy is shaping up, there is no shortage of circuit cards. When I spent 7 years at General Dynamics, all our defense customers, they literally just asked, find a way to make these sports smaller and faster. My missile is going to be the same size, but we need things to work faster and smarter, and you just have to solve that. And we need people that have that skill set to be able to do so. So appreciate your time. I'd love to speak to you guys here at the table and opening up to any questions.
Quickly, you might have to repeat it so people online can hear, but I know you heard today, there's a couple schools that were looking to create a few courses in semiconductor at the college level. I know, Rosie from FSI is dealing with, working with a lot with K-12. We got Inspire here, K-12. Are there already canned courses that they could use, or is it all customized?
So we do have outlines and some baselines that we'd love to share. That comes from our experience with developing a lot of these courses from the ground up with some of the schools that we've done. But we do tap into our Surface Mount Technology Association and those professionals there, and we can cater it to whatever the different regions need are. So, we can certainly tap into things we've already accomplished, but basically if there's a need more for soldering education or a need for more for machine operation, then we have the resources to be able to kind of figure out that right path.
Okay.
And we do, so one thing to keep in mind is some of our partners are K through 12 STEM related. So we do invite them a lot to come out to our facility tours and to be able to kind of give them some education. So they have interest in moving into this when they get into their post-secondary careers.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on, and I think it's Rose coming up here from Florida Semiconductor Institute. As she meanders slowly up here.
After lunch.
I know, it's lunch thing, isn't it? It's crazy, yeah, I know, I got you. Here you go, thank you. You have a PowerPoint?
After lunch, yeah, I have a PowerPoint.
I think the rubber band was. Oh, was it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was to hold the mic on originally.
Hello, everyone. Now we're friends. So for everyone here, I'm Rosie Perez. I represent the Florida Semiconductor Institute. I'm super excited to be here today. A little bit about my background. I have 16 years experience in public education. And my husband retired, wanted me to retire, and I've said, no, I'm going to workforce. So that's where I'm at. So I absolutely love my job, and I want to talk a little bit about what we do in the Florida Semiconductor Institute. So basically our vision is leading the world in specialty electronics. I'm going to dig into exactly what that means because a lot of you guys are probably going to say, what? I didn't know that. Florida's deep into this. Our impact is really to be able to have the workforce ready for over 10,000 plus jobs in the next couple of years. Attract and grow the Florida semiconductor industry and do a lot of other stuff that I'm going to dive into here. This is like a did you know slide. Did you know that Florida is really number 5 in semiconductor electronic jobs? Did you know that? A lot of people don't know that, not even our students. And we are number 3 in number of companies here in the state of Florida. By the year 2030, our workforce growth is going to be projected to 25%, which is huge. And most of these jobs are really in the technician level, which a lot of people do not realize. That a lot of these students, the opportunities are really going to be in that AAS degree level. This is a growing industry in Florida. Wages are 65% higher than in any other industry for those with some college or even certificate programs. There is a need for Florida grown engineers. So Florida's challenges, I wish I could read this one, but I guess I can stay here. So we have 3 challenges. Number 1 is awareness, and that is my number 1 job here at the Florida Semiconductor Institute is to go around the entire state of Florida. And I want to see K-12, technical colleges, colleges, and just to see what do you have going on that's kind of related to the semiconductor industry. And there's a lot of things that people don't understand. This is going to be the workforce of tomorrow, and it is our job as educators to make sure we provide every single opportunity for our students to see that potential that they might think they don't have. So students, parents, and educators often aren't even aware of these career paths. Semiconductors still feel kind of abstract and really hard to grasp. Number 2 is the pipeline gap. So too few graduates are completing relevant AS degrees, and many certificate programs don't focus on semiconductor careers. And number 3 is as we all know, it's a global competition. Other states and countries are advancing quickly. We do have a lot of engineers that leave the state of Florida for other opportunities. What we want to do is keep them here in the state of Florida with the opportunities that are going to be available for them. Now, I'm not saying that this is a Florida effort. Yes, it is starting as a Florida effort, but it really is a nationwide effort, trying to reshore the semiconductor industry back into the United States. I don't know if you can see this from here, but basically this is how FSI, how we are taking action. And this is from K-5 all the way to the graduate level. I wanted to really highlight the main things that we're really trying to focus on. We're going to have an anonymous talent network powered by GoGig. I don't know if anybody has heard of them, but it's going to be a way, it's going to be like an anonymous LinkedIn portal where the person can put in their credentials and using AI can be partnered with someone who's looking for that type of talent. It can be for someone that wants to upskill because a lot of people, let's say my son is an HVAC and maybe he wants to leave his job. He can go in there, put in his credentials, and they can tell him based on your qualifications, you can get this job with this company. So upskilling is very essential as well. We have a perfect partnership with internship opportunity with Flake. Ernie and I work hand in hand. I actually spent a lot of time with him this week. We drove a lot. We went to Tallahassee State College. They are creating they're redoing one of their floors and doing fab, innovation hub is what they're calling it. So it's gonna have AI, it's gonna have room for innovation, it's gonna have a simulated clean room. So they're really embracing the semiconductor industry as well, and that's what we wanna see. Career and technical education expansion. So when I go to K-12, and I'll be talking to those back there, if you don't follow me on LinkedIn, it's not that I want the kudos, but when I go and do these visits, I really want to showcase what the schools have and the opportunities they're looking for. So I went to Milton High School, robotics teacher, used to work at Intel. She has a couple of things that she does for her students. She's like, what else can I do? I need more. I need equipment. I need this. So when I post it on LinkedIn, I showcase what she has and also what she's interested in doing. And that's your opportunity to say, oh, there's someone in Milton High School that's probably gonna need my equipment. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't really advocate for any specific equipment or curriculum. I advocate for whatever the teacher needs. Every teacher, every district is different. I do public school, private school, even the homeschool population, which if anyone has any idea, how can I reach them? It's really growing in Florida and we have to reach those kids. So yes, going back to my slide here. The scroll is the Semiconductor Career Readiness Organization. It's at UF, but we're also trying to open that at other universities so that students can work together that are engineers. And we are also gonna start these semi-clubs in the K-12 space as well this year. And then in the awareness, the Semiconductor Workforce Branding and Marketing Campaign is going to be coming out in a month or so, and it's gonna be called Etch. Etch your future, etch. I don't know, I thought it was catchy. But this is gonna be etchworkforce.com, something like that. But if you sign up for our newsletter, you'll be able to get that information when it rolls out. But basically, it's gonna be everything that has to do with the semiconductor industry. If you're a parent, go to the parent page so that you can know what opportunities are out there for your child. If you're a student, if you're a teacher, if you're a partner. So it's gonna have so much information that's gonna be amazing for everyone to dive into. All right, I'll keep going because I'm gonna talk about that later on. Okay, so raising awareness and student engagement. In a couple of weeks, we're gonna have STEM on the Lawn at Gainesville, the University of Florida. We have over 45 vendors that are gonna come on and give hands-on activity for the kids. We're gonna have a simulated fab room and it's just gonna be great. And this is how we get the kids. We have over 600 families that already signed up. And not all families signed up, so much more probably will come. So that's happening there. When I came on with, and I'm talking fast because they said you only have 30 minutes. When I came on with the Florida Semiconductor Institute, my challenge was that I had no idea what a semiconductor was. I built programs in high school. The last high school that I was at, I built 11 academies. The last one was a construction academy, built partnerships with NCCR, bring industry certifications in the classroom. So when they approached me and they're like, we want, workforce development semiconductor, I said, what is semiconductor? What? If I build 11 academies, we have a very big problem here in the state of Florida. If I build 11 academies and I have no idea what the semiconductor industry is, we have a problem. So it is my mission to go out there and really showcase what opportunities are gonna be out there for our kids, because at the end of the day, it's about them, right? They're the ones that need these jobs. So CHIP in Florida was created last spring. And basically, there is a webpage that we have on our website that has curriculum, K-12, so elementary, middle, high school. And I challenge the teachers, go in there, do something with your kids. Here's the lesson plan. Enter the challenge and let's see if you win. So I partner with Make Block and other organizations, and I got robotic kids and all these great swag. And we had winners in the elementary, middle, and high school. We have 67 school districts here in the state of Florida, 22 districts signed on for the challenge, and 13,000 students now know what the word semiconductor is and how it impacts their life. So that is a huge kudos for us, and then we're gonna open it again in January. All right, we're gonna expand SCRO, which is the student organization in the universities, and they're gonna be like the they're gonna embrace these semi-clubs that we're gonna open in the K-12 space. And then, of course, offer industry tours, career days and presentations. We also opened the University of Florida's fab for the students. So we did behind the scenes where the teachers signed into Zoom and they got into the fab to see all the great stuff that happens hands-on. All right, so training and credentialing and employment. November 6th, we're gonna have a professional development day, and that's for K-20. So any teachers who want to incorporate semiconductors in their lesson, it can be a science teacher, it could be a teacher that is already teaching robotics or mechatronics or whatever they're doing right now. They can go to the University of Florida, November 6th, we're gonna have an entire PD day, we're gonna take them to the fab, we're gonna talk about curriculum, we're gonna talk about how we can help them build the program in their schools. Supporting state and technical colleges, as I mentioned before, Valencia is doing an amazing job with their semiconductor engineering technology diploma, which is the first one in the state of Florida. And there are other schools who are thinking of also doing that. But then you have on the other side, St. Pete College, which they have said, okay, we have an engineering technology degree. How can we put semiconductor within that degree so we're not recreating the wheel? So every school looks different, but at least they are doing the call that they have to do for the semiconductor industry. We're also working with SACA for industry certifications, which is really gonna start in the high school level and go into the technical college. So that should be rolling out. There's gonna be 3 parts. The first one's gonna be rolling out in November. Okay, whew. I'm going through this like crazy. So that's Etch. Isn't it cool? I think it's super cool. Yeah. So that's a marketing campaign. And it's gonna be released in a couple of weeks. And it's gonna be a great opportunity for you to just share with your parents, share with your students, share with anyone you can. And then the internship program is what I spoke to you about, that we work hand in hand with Ernie and Flate. And we pretty much pay for over 50 students. I think it's $500,000 that we have in that space. Okay, and how can you get involved? Very, very easy. Launch new STEM pathways in semiconductors, create hands-on opportunities, nominate colleagues to train the trainer roles, keep in touch with us, work affiliate. We're in this together. And that's it. That is my boss, Jack Judy, and I work with the amazing Sophia Watson. If no one knows her, you need to know her. She's just amazing. And that is our contact information. So, yeah. If you have any questions, let me know. I know I kind of went fast, but thank you.
Thank you. And just remember, Rosie is enamored with Etch, so.
Any questions?
Nope.
Do we get copies of or have access to the slides?
Ernie, Tina's on.
Oh, Tina's on, okay.
Yeah, they wanted to know if they're gonna have any access to the slides. Is that? Okay, it'll be on the Flake website, right? Yeah, okay, that's great. So I think Tina is up next. I saw her come on. I don't know if she's waiting to get in or if she's already in. Are you there, Tina?
I am. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you again.
Yeah. I'll try to get this slide off here, just a second.
He's gonna share her screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I can share my screen too, so that might make it easier.
Yeah, I think where it's up there, I've got your, can you see it up there?
I need to give her permission from this laptop.
Yeah, if you can,
Yeah, they're gonna give you permission here in just a second.
are we ready to start or are you taking a break?
No, hold on just a second. Just go a second here. Okay, hold on. Okay, now you should be able to share.
Okay, wonderful. How was the tour, everybody?
All good. Great.
Excellent.
Outstanding, man.
That would have been amazing to see. Okay, how's that? Seeing that? Thumbs up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'm hoping that everybody's from walking around is good, no afternoon nappiness, and you've got a great dinner coming up too, so that will be wonderful. Okay, there we go. All right, Teresa, I'm good. I'll start with that then. Okay, today First of all, I shared earlier, if anybody wasn't in the room, that I had met Ernie a couple years ago, and we reconnected and we're just talking about this event with all of you coming together that happens twice a year. And with it being on different technology topics this morning, the curriculum, just the different programs that you're bringing together, and then hearing the updates from the school. Today, this afternoon, I'm going to share about thinking about interactive career learning and what that could mean for engagement in the classroom, as well as for enrollment and even moving into workforce gaps. And then I'll share a little bit about what we're doing as a company and data that's coming in that shows the impact. So you can just think about ways that you could bring in gaming into multiple different ways or multiple tools out there. And then I'll share a little bit of what we're doing in this space. So let's jump in here and see if we get these slides. Okay. So I'm going to start with, did I just lose you all or can you still see the screen? Yeah, you can see the screen. Okay. So a little bit of my background. I had a branding and marketing firm for over 20 years that focused on workforce and economic development. And then on the consumer side, we worked with youth brands. And it was that work that really revealed this disconnect of all the opportunities between the two. And it really came to light for me when my son, Hector, that's pictured here, was adopted in middle school, English as a second language, and he really struggled with that career journey. And it was me seeing it through his eyes and watching him experience it that was an aha moment for me of this has to be handled differently. It's not another marketing campaign and it can't be another video. We've got to look for ways to meet the youth where they are and using the tools that they're using. So when you're thinking about that, gaming and the phone, different apps that are out there are great ways that the youth today are spending over 8 hours a day on their phones or on their laptops engaging with, and they have 8-second attention span. So it's really hard to keep them engaged. So you want to look for ways to engage them. And so for us looking at the data, never did I think we would be using gaming because I told my kids not to play games all their years. But once you look at the data of it being how engaging it is, it really was an opportunity to reach these 20 million youth in the US today. Half end up in low wage jobs. And it's not because they're not capable for those jobs. It's due to lack of opportunity for awareness and access. And also looking at how many unfilled jobs there are in the industries that you're talking about today in this meeting. So it's not a people problem. It is an awareness and an access problem. And so when you think about gamification, and I know we've been talking today about some simulations that I think Jay had shared about, and you're used to also virtual reality and some different things, that kind of falls in this bucket too, where you're able to do hands-on learning and the benefits that come from that. So as I shared earlier, gaming is the #1 form of entertainment for Gen Z and Alpha. So anytime you can think about use gamification or that's out there, it's a great way to get them engaged. First of all, it's a safe space for them to fail in while trying things out and help learning that that's okay, long as they learn from it and do other things better the next time around. It helps improve problem solving, and there's real-time data tracking, which can really help for colleges to be able to have some of the data I'm going to share with you in a moment here. And so when we think about gamification, I'm going to share what we're doing in the gamification space. And as I shared, having that workforce background and thinking about how could we gamify workforce development that really helps industry, colleges, and students all get connected together in a better way. So we landed on Skillionaire Games, and instead of having a one STEM game that kind of touched on everything, we really focused on the career and technology, different opportunities in careers there so that we could go deeper, knowing that in-demand careers, you could have multiple pathways, like you were sharing earlier, like it could be a 2-year, 4-year certification. So we have life science, healthcare, advanced manufacturing, and tech, and the deployables, actually the employables, which really goes into employable skills at work and how you can learn those different skills. And so I'm going to share with you just a little bit on how we use gamification and how to think about it as a different way for training and skill development for students. So they get into the game, you log in, it can be mobile or web-based play, and they get in and they see this kind of an ecosystem world where they can experience R&D, production, recycling, kind of all the levels in manufacturing. And then the players can actually customize their avatar, what you might wear on the job, things get unlocked in play. Design your avatar to be whoever you want to be to see yourself in these jobs. And then quickly, you're going to see these different environments that I share, from early level of just basic how to play, and then it gets harder as you move throughout, but really covering those 3 levels of manufacturing, production. And then there's these mini games that you'll see that pop up in these different examples that have shown here. And this is where we went to industry nationally and said, what do you see that entry level talent you wish knew about? And right now you're having turnover because they're not aware of that. And so they really helped to inform our gameplay and what was needed to help bring awareness to these jobs. And then also, how do we connect them over to your colleges or CTE programs in high school? And then bring in companies into the gameplay so that we're all working together in that experience. So in our gameplay, and that was kind of a fast video, but I at least wanted you to have a visual of what gameplay looks like inside the game. If you're not a gamer and you don't get into play, that is okay. But if we were playing right there today in that room and the game had been activated at the 32578 zip code, playing that manufacturing game, a student would actually be fed information like this on the left-hand side. What you just did as a welder, tap into or on Northwest Florida State College to learn more. And so now they know that, oh, okay, now I know that there is a program right around me that offers that. And if they were to click on that, they would go over to your website where we land in the welding technology area, and they could find out more and even apply to that program if they are the right age. And on your website at Northwest Florida, you have different colleges that are in that area. So now the students at the high school level are learning about the opportunities that come next in their journey. At the college level, if they're playing these games, they start to learn about these companies and the jobs and salaries, apprenticeships that are available in their area. And that also comes into the gameplay based on where they're playing. So you can really think about the way we're using gamification is, one, awareness. Our players are anywhere from ages 16. We do have younger that play, but the main core ages are 16, 17, and 18. And then we are being used with colleges to help students, even in PhD programs, that they know they want to be in bioengineering or bioscience. But what they don't know at that time is what companies are around them that they could connect with for their next steps out of school. And so the colleges are using the games to help them know where their next steps might be, and also that they can do it right there in the state where they're located. They don't have to leave and go somewhere else. And that's really important. And I know that that's been shared this morning, of thinking about some of the rural areas in Florida and how to keep talent there and make them aware of what's around them. And so you can think of gamification as a real-time way to not only create awareness around careers and the language to be able to have conversation in career meetings or in colleges to what they want to do next, but it really helps with creating that pipeline that's really important. So the question that we hear a lot is, okay, but do students click on those links? Are they actually learning more once they discover an interest in that field? And so I wanted to share with you today, this is a recent rollout for gamification in the workforce platforms. This is with Skillionaire Games, our company. We launched in April across the whole state of South Carolina with all of our games. And by halfway through May, this is how many counties on the right-hand side were engaged. 42 out of 46 were playing the games. We had almost 4,000 players with the key target age of 16 to 17. They played almost 7,500 levels, and 510 clicks went from the gameplay, and these were high schoolers playing, went over to the technical colleges or clicked on CTE programming or dual enrollment. So from their interest, clicking over to the colleges. So this creates a really nice opportunity in South Carolina that 14 of the 16 technical colleges had multiple clicks to their site in healthcare, in life sciences, in manufacturing. And so when you think about enrollment and also the ability to recruit a vetted student into a program, gamification really creates opportunities to do that in a meaningful way, and getting talent into your students, into your programs that will most likely stay, and then providing them an engaging way to think about what do they do after college and connect to these companies. So another thing with gamification, and you can see this with other tools too, and a lot with AI right now, is that you're able to ask assessment questions, attitudinal awareness, and really get some powerful feedback. We do this in our games as well. So we really like to vet, do you know what advanced manufacturing is coming into gameplay? Yes or no? And then as they move throughout the gameplay, now that you are more familiar, would you be interested in learning more? Further along, do you think you'd be interested in a career? And then depending on their age, we will also feed them, did you know that there's a CTE program in your high school area that you could go to? So it's really helping with those next steps that, like Hector, my son, could not navigate, although he did eventually get to YouTube and was able to find his way. So I just wanted to share a little bit of data that also is great with gamification because you get that real time. And so it really creates a powerful story. So in Healing Agent, which was our healthcare game, the players from that launch and through the summer as we were ramping up to get back to school, that there was a 51% of those players that showed an interest in pursuing a career in healthcare, which makes a tremendous opportunity for CTE programs and colleges and apprenticeships to be thinking about, okay, those are students that we should be thinking about. I'm in an area in Florida and I'm thinking about this program and I want to reach students this age that are showing interest in healthcare. This is a great way to engage those students. Our manufacturing game, we're really proud of, the one that we just walked through a few minutes ago, that the students expressed limited familiarity. And we all know that advanced manufacturing is a really hard name to digest of what it all means, and there's stigmas around it still. But as they played through the game, that shift in interest to pursuing a career in advanced manufacturing with 70% of the players is significant. And it's done very quickly through the different layers because they're in there trying these jobs on. And then Rad Lab, which is life science. Actually, this one I am most proud of because when we first launched this game, nobody knew what life science was. It was a really hard thing for students to be able to tell what this career was. And literally after 10 minutes of play, they were able to speak into the fact that life science really supports the healthcare industry with pharmaceuticals, medical devices, ag, all sorts of food industries that play into that. So that was really exciting. And then in cyber and tech, watching the students get in there and think that you had to have a 4-year plus degree and starting to learn that you could do this with a certificate or a 2-year degree. was really exciting from the students. So watching that shift and real-time data with gamification that you have on the back end to be able to share that this is significantly moving the needle, and working, being able to help the students navigate through these industries and kind of find their place where the passion meets purpose, but then also being able to have access over to those opportunities if they don't hear it from somebody else, or it gives them the language to have conversations with their guardians, parents, career counselors, and in the college setting to be able to be talking about their future, where they want to focus. This is just a highlight on what we do with our initiative. We always, outside of the game, bring industry to the table. And with our college relationships, our high school career counselor, this was part of that launch in South Carolina this spring, where we had a contest statewide, and we brought the industry organizations, companies, students, career counselors, to a ceremony to celebrate the winning players in each industry, and the lieutenant governor wanted to be there to hand out the award. So it really brings that trifecta of education, industry, and government together in a playful way that we like to call play with a higher purpose. I wanted to leave a few minutes to have space for questions. I'd also like to hear if any of you are using gamification already and what you're thinking about it, to answer any questions you might have on any of the data that we're doing, what we're doing. I wanted to share here organically without us being activated in Florida. We've got these players here, so there's a lot of opportunity to start connecting them over to opportunities there. But I put my contact information too. You can always reach out. And you can always get to our games from that QR code and give them a try. And you will be playing a generic version, and it gets you to some certain levels. But it's a good experience to see, what do you think of gaming, and what that means to how your experience is, so you can see what the students might experience through that. I'm going to stop sharing my screen to have a little more of a conversation with you all. I do appreciate the time to get with you all today, especially after hearing this morning of improved enrollments happening there and the programs you're putting together, and just to encourage you to look for tools that can help fuel that, and to think about the different way that youth are engaging your incoming students, incoming employees, use tools and technology differently. And the good news is there's lots of data behind it. It's powerful.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we have any questions right quick. Anybody have any specifics? So it links to your college if it's in your area. Does anybody know of anybody that's come in using this?
We are not. I will say that currently we are not activated in Florida with the customization. It is where the students have organically found it, or some teachers are using the generic model of it. And so they get into there, but it's where we are going to start activating it in different regions with partners.
Okay, go ahead. Hang on a second. We got a question. It's not so much a question as a comment. You asked, how are we using gamification?
Yes.
I've been a first Lego League coach for a few years and got pretty good at it. So a organization approached me to help them start some Lego League teams. So they've started meeting at our college campus every Saturday. There's one level for kindergarten and first grade, another level for second and third, another for fourth and fifth, and my team is middle school. So from kindergarten through eighth grade now, there's a pipeline where they come and play with Legos, but they're also being introduced to the engineering design process, competition, teamwork, creativity, and all that kind of stuff. It's also a good way for them to get exposed to our campus and some of the opportunities that are available there. And then a couple of years ago, the local high school robotics team, they lost access to their shop, their machine shop. So we arranged for them to meet
meet in our machine shop. So they actually share the space with Patrick and I think you're the only one that teaches there now, right? Well, bring along faculty, but so sometimes Patrick and a bunch of high school students are in there in the machine shop at the same time sharing the space. So there again, we have that interaction between the community and the college where they become aware of everything that we're doing and allows some of them to eventually become some of our students.
Fantastic. I love that. And they're starting to see that doing the thing that they love is what is in the different environments in manufacturing today. That same control of the robots, and you're building, like what you were sharing, those relationships early, where they build that relationship with you, and then that becomes their pathway. And so that is a fantastic example. I love hearing that.
Any other questions? Hold on.
Hi, Ana Tenorio from Valencia College. I wanted to ask, I have been working a lot trying to go to recruitment events, talking to students. And you mentioned there's like a generic version that can be accessed. Is this something that you have seen used in like a type of event? A lot of the events that I've attended, they often ask for interactive activities, and I try to use a lot of videos and pictures because like you mentioned, just saying advanced manufacturing to teenagers doesn't really resonate in their heads. But I'm thinking just like the type of events that I've been attending, if maybe it would be interesting to like bring laptops and have them do like a quick game session and then have a discussion and talk a bit more about what career opportunities are there.
Yeah, that's a great way. We've seen that done with our games. You can find our games at skillionairegames.com. You can get right to them. Again, those are not the customized version, but for a little exploration, that can be a lot of fun for an event and activity. And we've seen it used for that. And if you reach out to me too, I can also share some ideas around some fun and engaging ways that you could use it in something like that to kind of help you think through, if you wanted some support with that, how to do that. Absolutely.
Any further questions? Okay.
Thanks, Tina.
Thanks, Tina.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
absolutely. Give us a follow on LinkedIn. We always like to hear what people are doing out there and if there's ways to support your engagement as well for enrollment and connectivity too. I appreciate the time today. Thank you all for participating and listening in.
Thank you. Okay, at this stage of the game, I think we're on a break.
Picture.
Oh, picture. We got a big group picture. That's what they want. This is a large crowd, so we want to try to get a group
I think we're
picture.
gonna go down to the.
So,
Get it up the steps, so.
Yeah.
We'll do that next.
Let's go. Let's head on downstairs, take a group picture.
Huh?
Tell them to be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do a picture and then come back about 5 to 4. Okay, let's get back together, sit down, have a seat. We're gonna start our SETI meetings and try to get going here. Guys wanna start eating at 10 o'clock tonight, then hang out a little longer, but we're ready to get going. Okay, yeah, actually, we on schedule, been on schedule almost all day, which is pretty amazing. So if I get everybody's attention, so yeah, thanks for hanging in there. I know it's been a long day and we're towards the end, but a very important part. So I just wanted to, Dr. Barger and a team of schools, if I get everybody's attention. If I get everybody's attention, thanks. So the SETI is a statewide, it stands for the Statewide Engineering Technology Industry Advisory Board. That's what SETI stands for. And so all of you should have a local advisory board, and if you don't, I'm gonna reach out and help you create one. Because we need we're looking for at least one person from everybody's local advisory board to be a part of the statewide advisory board. That's really important. First of all, I think is Maury still with us? Good. I want to thank Maury, as part of, an existing, NSF grant. Maury, was on the team to help create the SETI app from the beginning. And he's done a great job. The grant ended, so, he's no longer sort of leading that. So this is, it was handed off to Flake, that's what the plan was. So when the grant ended, Flake would take that over, so.
Ernie.
Ernie, yeah. Not Flake, Ernie. But, anyway, I'm really glad because I really do believe in, working with industry. It's so important. I know a lot of us are busy and we don't really spend enough time doing it. But like I mentioned, I'm gonna help you. If you don't have one, I'm gonna help you build one. So I'll reach out to you. So, let's see. Who do we have? I can see that. Con's coming on board.
Online.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna hand it over to Dean, who is the chair. We do have an agenda that I think we have a slide for. We'll bring that up in a second. But first of all, I want to thank all the SETI members that we have. It's really important that they hear what we have to say and we get their feedback. As I mentioned earlier, the process, which Bob, may want to talk about, but the process for any changes to the frameworks now that relate to us are, like I mentioned earlier, so it's the local advisory board at your school. So you as the faculty, go to your local, and then you bring it here to the ET forum. From the ET forum, it goes through the SETI app, it goes to Bob, right? That's the process for the ET degree, and it'll probably be the process for, if we do offshoots of the ET degree, it'll probably be the process for that as well. Hey, Maury, before we begin, anything you want to say as the official handoff?
Yes, he's done handed it off. He's done. Went to the men's room.
All right, so let me hand it over to Dean. We can do introductions of all the members that are here and online, and then we can get going.
Thanks, Ernie. So first I'm gonna do, we're gonna call the meeting to order. I don't need a motion for that. Meeting is officially called to order, and I'm gonna take a roll call for the voting members only. So if I say your name, just holler here. If I don't hear anything, you're gonna be marked as not present. So Michael. Abraham. Paul. McAllister. Jessica, love it. Joe Corley. Bob is here. So here. Michael's here. Yeah. Here. Yeah, very good. Chris Nelson. Here. Very good, Chris. Josette.
Here.
Very good. Peter Clark. Con.
I'm here.
Nice. James Gilliard. And Vincent, our newest member. Anyone that thinks they're a voting member that didn't say their name? Okay. Very good. I'm assuming that everyone that's a voting member has read the minutes from the last meeting thoroughly. Does anyone have any suggested edits? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes as written?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, minutes are approved. So neither Michael or I have any reports since the last meeting. So we'll skip reports. Mike Pollard, do you have any reports from Florida Mix?
Well, I guess we can talk about,
here you go.
Sure. Florida Mix and Flate have been working with FSI on a semiconductor internship, which I think many of you were familiar with. But this is a unique opportunity to allow students across high school, state colleges, universities to work at Florida-based microelectronics companies. And the program pays for those internships. There's also a element of the program which is providing continuing education to educators about the microelectronics and semiconductor industry. There's a whole series of virtual trainings that are being developed, and there's actually money to support some of that also. I think we actually were able to up the number of faculty members that were going to be eligible for that funding, so we're very excited about that. And we have funding for this through February for the first tranche, and then we understand that it will continue actually next year as well with a different tranche of money through the summer and into the fall of next year. So yeah, if you have students who are interested, please let them know. If you have faculty members who might be interested in those continuing education courses, reach out to Ernie or Teresa and they can get you connected to that. And yeah, this is a partnership with the Florida Semiconductor Innovation Engine and Florida Semiconductor Institute, but it's a great program and very excited about that. So I think that's about all that I have to report at this point.
Can I ask a question right quick?
Sure.
Ernie, can you talk about how it's funded?
Microphone?
Oh, yeah. My question was, Ernie, can you talk about how you reimburse or how the money is distributed for the
Yeah, I think I've got a spot on the agenda to talk about it
in a couple of minutes. I'll get there. Yeah. I can give more detail.
Sorry, I stole your thunder. Sorry, not sorry. We can all get the dinner and drinks more quickly. That's all I got.
All right. Next on the agenda is Dr. Jay Patterson. Everyone that was here today heard his excellent briefing on his new agricultural specialization. But there might be a few people that have joined since then. Is Jay online now?
Yeah. He's not online.
Jay's online? No.
He's on the agenda, but he's not online.
Okay.
Coffee's ready. Is there anyone here that didn't hear Jay's presentation earlier today?
Well, I think there's a few members online that weren't here.
Okay. Did we capture that on video recording?
Yes,
Yeah, okay, so they'll be able to watch it online.
yes.
Okay. Updates, Ernie.
Yeah, so real quick, so a couple updates, grant updates, like Mike had mentioned, Florida Makes and Flate are working with FSI. So basically what we're doing is finding companies that will take students as interns. And then we're creating an agreement with them where we can reimburse them for the cost of the internship. Now, this relates only to companies that are semiconductor related. So the couple of semiconductor companies that make chips here, of course, but the rest are really microelectronics companies. That's where we're getting most of the companies that we work with. So there is, like Mike had mentioned, if students hit this barcode, they'll take them to a survey. And then what we do is we send that list of interested students to the companies. And then they'll interview and hire the students through their normal process. And then we reimburse the companies for the cost of that internship once a month. So that's one part of the grant. The other part is, like Mike alluded to, there's 3 modules. So working with Florida Semiconductor Institute, we work with Roots Education, who has a really nice LMS. And they already had it in their LMS, but they customized 3 courses. One is what's it like working in a clean room? What is the semiconductor industry? And what kind of jobs are there in the semiconductor industry? So the idea is we'll send a link out to all of you. But what we're trying to do, we've got enough funding to do about 160 faculty to take those 3 courses. And then we can pay you a $250 stipend to take those, right? So as soon as all that's done, we'll send you a link and you can sign up for that. In addition to that, I am working with a few schools on a new NSF grant that will be going in October 2nd is our deadline for that. And that's going to focus on AI for manufacturing, as well as there's be some PLC. It's really about automation, AI, and a piece that I really am looking forward to is helping all the schools adopt the build process. For those of you that have heard about that, we all call our advisory committee meetings. There was a grant started about 15 years ago called the Business and Industry Leadership Team. So basically taking the advisory committee and putting it on steroids, putting the industry first. So it's a whole process of learning how to do that. That will be included in the grant as well. Good news is, I think there's 7 partners on the grant, but all of you will be able to participate because we did put funding in there to send not just the 7 schools that are a part of it, but everybody who wants to, up to the limit of the grant, can attend the training as well. So all of you can participate in that training. So we're looking forward to, getting all 24 state colleges that have an ET degree, up to speed on all the elements of that grant. So I think that's all I had. Oh, yeah, as part of that grant, yeah, thanks. So as part of that, the existing Caucus 2 grant, they created a series of videos. We're not gonna show you the entire video, but we just wanted to highlight what the videos are. We can send you links to get there yourself. Turn it up. Yeah.
Cut that.
Take me to something else completely.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it didn't take. I meant to go to the next one.
That's okay, we can send links.
Okay.
Hurry, cut it.
Yeah. Here's the. Anyway, that just gives you an example. There's 5. There's.
They're entry.
Yeah, so anyway, there's a whole host. The grant partners during the grant each had one for their schools. So anyway, it's good content, so we'll send you links to that as well. Oh, hey, there's Pete.
He does, still good.
There's Pete. Okay, so that's all I had. I don't know if anybody has anything else, any updates from your schools you want to talk about? If you haven't already?
This is an opportunity for new business. Any open floor suggestions? Anybody? So Ernie, on the agenda was also new trends in manufacturing, but I think we covered that on the industry panel, didn't we?
Yeah. I think we did.
I'd like to talk about something we found.
Sure.
So we ended up hiring a guy out of a Virginia school, and they seem to be like way ahead of us in Florida for training. I got their curriculum, and the place is in Virginia. They're funded by the government, and it's called ATDM. And what they do is they do training for CNC machining, they do welding, they do plumbing, they do different things. But the one we were interested in was the CNC machining portion of it. They run 3 shifts, 8 hours a day, and they have 16 CNC mills, 1 for each student. They have 16 CNC lathes, 1 for each student. And then they have they have an instructor for each of the areas of expertise on all 3 shifts a day. And they attract students nationally to Virginia. They pay room and board. They give them an apartment. And then they're there for 6 months, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And they get like a crash course. I mean, these are all full-size machines and, get everything they need. So far, we've had our candidate. Well, what ended up happening is we went into a pool of people that were interested in hiring, and they asked how many people wanted to go to Sebring, Florida, small town. And they said, we ended up with 10 candidates out of this 6-month graduation, and they were graduating, I believe it was July 31st. So we've got like 2 months ahead of time to interview and go over the resumes. So we received 10 resumes. We phone interviewed 10 of them. We did in-person interviews on 2. And my top candidate ended up going somewhere else to a bigger company. And he said he was struggling between big company, small company, because he says, I know the big companies, you're just there running a machine, whereas in our company, you can run, you learn to run multiple machines and different technologies. But he did go there. We got the other guy. He's been working out very well. But I'm just wondering, my question is, after seeing this, and very impressed with the curriculum too, how many tech centers in Florida do we have, educational centers, that have full-time machining, equipment? Or full-size machining equipment?
A lot of them. I think Bob.
No, there's not.
Well, I know Whipple Coochie Tech does.
There's only about 4 or 5.
You get.
When you come to the technical college side, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's less than 5. Because those machines are so expensive.
We don't get the funding either.
Yeah, because you're looking at $100,000 plus for one machine.
Right, but I'm sure the schools get a heavy discount. They've got some deal with Haas.
That's what Haas charges the schools.
Yeah.
Right, and I don't know. I just know the one in Avon Park near us. I mean, all they have is these desktop machines, which don't give them a good,
You should have came here today, Chris. You would have seen a phenomenal facility with about a dozen Haas full-size machines.
Okay.
I mean, it's fantastic what they have here.
Okay. I'm glad to hear.
With the technical college side, I would say that would something like Lake Technical College has. They have I think they have 10 Haas machines. Pinellas also has a lot. But
I was impressed that they could get instructors to teach 24 hours a day, and they're cranking these out. And I guess a lot of them are going to the submarine industry there in Virginia with the government there, doing work with that.
And that may be where they got their money from.
Well, the way that school's ran, that sounds to me like exactly how the military runs their tech schools.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's all, you're there strictly for that one subject. That's all they teach. 8 hours a day.
Sounds like Navy funded.
If Chris wants
It probably is Navy funded, probably Department of Defense funded to the Navy.
If Chris would like us to connect with him with the schools that have programs, so he can recruit from there, we can do that.
Yeah, he can send me an email. I can give him every school in Florida that it has anything related to CNC.
But you gotta remember, what he's talking about is the,
24 hour?
Well, it's not a credit hour.
It's non-credit. And again, you're looking at
Yeah. Because they are not a state school, they are a private organization, they do not have to go under a lot of regulations.
Right.
That regular school systems have to go under. Just like here with college, you have that 15 hours mandated for core. That you have to establish. Same thing in technical centers, they have, they have regulations they can go by, they can't do an 8-hour day, six days a week or 20, they can't run a program 24 hours a day.
Pete, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so about a year ago, I actually hired a guy out of one. It might even be the same program that the gentleman just spoke of in Virginia. He was at St. Pete College, dropped out of he realized he didn't want to study like computer stuff and wanted to go into manufacturing, and he moved or went up to that program there in Virginia. Just like he said, they pay room and board, and they have, I guess at some point in time, you can make a decision in that curriculum to focus on a particular topic. And so they have a quality module that you can focus on. So being a quality guy and looking for quality people, he then, I had a job posting, he applied for it. And it was literally like his last week in school or something. But yeah, he hit the ground running really good. And so that those, they do produce some top-notch people. And to what you guys are saying, yeah, they're not limited by the state-run criteria, so they can hire instructors that don't have a master's degree, right? And they can pay them what they need to pay them in order to be competitive, for those various kind of jobs, because it's hard to get somebody to be a CNC instructor, earning teacher wage at a state school, and not even a full teacher wage because they're not a full instructor because they don't have a master's degree or a bachelor's degree for that matter. Or they can go earn twice or three times the amount of money at an actual manufacturer, right? So that's one of the reasons why these state programs have such a hard time getting those instructors. But take like AM Skills in Pasco County, they have full CNC lathes and mills and stuff like that. So there are those programs in the state that aren't constricted by the state regulations because they're a separate entity.
Well, I've also heard that some of the manufacturers, the big guys, the big guns, the Fords and Chevys and whatnot, are putting together their own curriculums because they're seeing the shortages as well, especially with the the ramp up of manufacturing. I might also mention, I forgot to mention that they actually flew them down and paid their hotel for their interview, their in-person interview. And then when they were accepted, they flew them down again and gave them 1 month's free rent.
Wow. Impressive.
Yeah, that's an amazing program.
Thanks for the info.
Yeah,
Jay,
they're getting some serious funding. I bet they're getting some serious funding by the Navy on that one.
Yeah, more than likely. Yeah. I think Jay is back with us. Jay, can you hear me? You're muted.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Jay. We see you, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Can hear you now. Do you have a shorter presentation than what you gave earlier today for people that didn't hear it?
Let's see. Sorry, I'm actually traveling, so I'm at a conference. I'm trying to do this. What I can do is just pull up the presentation and maybe go to the last slide.
Okay. Does he have sharing rights?
Yeah, I'll go to these last couple slides here. Let me just share that. Is my screen sharing?
No, not yet.
I think it's coming.
There we go.
All right. So what we are proposing is a specialization track in agricultural technology. I'm going to turn off my video because that kind of screws up. And these would be the benchmarks that we would add to the engineering technology degree. It would be soil science fundamentals, precision irrigation and fertigation, integrated pest management, troubleshooting agricultural machinery and automation systems, implementing precision agriculture technologies, including GPS, GIS, and IoT systems, and the ability to analyze agricultural data and optimize farming operations using technology. So the desire for this program comes from the service area that we serve that has an agricultural component. We don't have an agricultural program, but part of what the goal is that in terms of enrollment, how could we leverage our existing automation program, our existing technology program? And so it would be, let me see if I can get the page to go up or down here. I do want to get to the, oops. Let me go to this. Here we go. That part of the result is really that the students in the benefit, primarily Putnam County we're thinking of, but we also serve Southern Clay, that's Palatka, but we serve Southern Clay and Western St. John's. And it really would be to have the core automation skills learned. We have strong FFA programs, strong ag programs. Many of the kids go away and don't return to the area. And so we were thinking of a way that we could leverage the program with the skills that they come out of around quality, safety, kind of the fundamentals, and then have an ag flavor to it because agriculture is becoming so much more automated, and that they would benefit with that skill set, even if ultimately they ended up going to work in a different sector in the economy, like manufacturing or supply chain. So it really is the degree with a flavor of ag automation. So that is the direction that we're going in.
Okay. All right, thanks, Jen. I think maybe Bob, you could follow up with what you told him earlier.
Yeah, yep.
We're looking at doing is they were mentioned something about a CCC that's in agriculture that was actually been daggered. I'm gonna go back and look at that and see how this would fit in that CCC if we wanted to maintain it through agriculture rather than manufacturing.
Yeah, it wasn't actually a CCC, it was a whole associate degree.
Oh, it's a whole associate degree, okay.
Yeah.
I saw where you sent it to me, I just haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
Yeah. But I think, part of the desire is I think this, again, gives us a entry into a sector as it's changing that comes at it from the technology side and from the automation side versus, so it's really a ag tech automation degree with agriculture sector information versus being an ag degree with some technology sector information.
Okay, thanks very much, Jay.
All right.
All right, last chance. Anything from the floor?
Yeah, I was at FabTech this week, up in Chicago, and one of the things I've noticed is a lot of your the guys who are the OEM builders are coming from Europe to set up home bases in the U.S. To expand their business. So I think you're going to continue to see a drive in automation and robotics. They had so FabTech. I don't know if you're not familiar. It's anything in metal fabrication, finishing, CNCs. They had it was 3 large convention centers built of just every OEM machine builder in the laser welding space, CNC and material handling. But I think you're going to start to see just the demand increasing each year that goes by, because the word is the labor isn't there. They're continuing to deploy robotics, automation, and I think it would probably be beneficial for, on the education side to maybe set up at these shows to share, what we're doing on the education side. So just wanted to share that with you. But it's happening.
Thank you. As past president of SME, thanks for that plug for FabTech. That's one of SME shows. Yeah, appreciate it. Of course, IMTS is every other year. IMTS will be next September. And that too takes up all the buildings at McCormick Place in Chicago. It's huge. And every company that makes any kind of machines will be there. Anything else? All right, well, thanks very much. And dinner is what time, Ernie?
6:30.
6:30, and where is it?
Third Planet Brewing.
Third Planet, it's gonna be off the road and kind of down into a hill. It looks like a barn, but it's not. It's a white building, but it's all sitting outside. And tonight they have gumbo and a deli truck there. The deli truck is really good.
Here for gumbo. All right, thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Very good.
It said 5:30.
Bye, everybody.
Or east.
That might